Alright, alright.
Chad, if you ever think you're down on your luck, if you ever think the world is against you, just say it to yourself. Just say this one simple thing to yourself. At least I'm not Drake. You hit nothing. But I am. You know what I am, though? I am Giraffe Steph without his mask. Oh, shit. Oh, hello. Hi, everyone. My name's Giraffe Steph. I'm the president of the Long Blood Club, the very large enjoyer. Ow, of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat, who is currently enjoying his brand new brush. Yes, we got him some new brushies, and well, this is actually his first time having one taken to him. At first he didn't like it, but now he's absolutely grooving to it. You know? It's absolutely his thing. He now loves being brushed. Is what I would say if he wasn't squirming the whole time. But that's exactly what he does. That's exactly what he does. He's a little bit of a squirmer. But if you pet him while you brush him, he'll usually take it. He'll usually be okay with it. But yeah. Hopefully everyone is having a good Tuesday tonight. We don't usually do Tuesday streams, but right now, my life is making it so that I got time for that. So we're gonna be doing that for the foreseeable future. Probably for the next few weeks. We'll just kind of see where the chips fall. But yeah, tonight we are playing more Wrestling Empire. We're playing more Wrestling Empire here. We are continuing the story of our good friend of our friend Gira, who is currently the IWGP United States champion. I changed some things around in the game settings to make it a bit more immersive, to make it a little bit more so we don't need to be filling in for like graphical errors or just things that don't line up. So yeah, I won't be needing to say the United States Championship anymore when it's called the Super Junior Championship, which is not the model that is shown. Oh, hey. We gotta go to sharing. We gotta go to sharing.
Come on.
No, I'm not gonna let you hit it.
Let's go. Hurry.
You stink.
You missed.
You suck.
Or maybe you didn't. You owe me $10 either way.
I have something that I must show y'all. Hold on just a second. Ow. Hello, GB1216. How are you? Stop hurting me. Start hurting him. Ow.
Hello, Mario.
Returning shatter. I'm just gonna put this in the corner. I don't know, I just found it on the Steam Workshop and I thought it was funny. I didn't download it, but I found it there. So I'll keep it up there for the preamble portion of the stream. Hold on, let me, because now I am into now I'm into this, chat. I'm into I'm into this version of GCW now, the one that's about action figures. I honestly think that makes for a good background fodder for our stream here. But yeah, again, hopefully everyone is having a good Tuesday tonight. Here, let me put up cookie clicker music. That seems fitting enough for us to kind of ease into our festivities tonight. To ease into our festivities tonight.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Zach. Zach, that's not my mod. Hopefully you're doing well tonight. Hold on. I need a drink. Ow! Damn it. Why are you hurting me? Ouch. I need a drink. But no. Usually we don't do Tuesday streams. It's honestly a little bit weird. Darby Allin is Cruiserweight Champion. Oh. Spawn? Man. But no. I've been looking forward to playing more Wrestling Empire just like all the time. I've been thinking about continuing this like all fucking all weekend. Ow. Ouch. Dang it. Unfortunately, you cannot have multiple save files. Unless, like, you make just a completely, like, new game save. That, like, that erases your custom characters and stuff. So I cannot play it on my off time, but that's probably a good thing. Because then I won't have to see everything that the game... Ow. I'll be able to experience the game for the first time. Basically. Aside from what I've seen from New Legacy. Alongside all of you. It is awesome, in fact. It is, in fact, awesome that we get to have this shared experience together. That we get to have the shared experience together. Let me see here. Oh, damn. It vanished. Oh, okay, there you go. Here's my newest question of the day. If you could gift any 4 characters the role of prison warden, who would you choose? Knuckles the Echidna. Particularly the movie version. I just feel he wouldn't take prisoners, and that would make for, like, an entertaining thing. It'd be like a Shawshank thing. Fictional characters. Bakugo's kind of in the same camp, but he's a lot more of like a loose cannon. So I feel like that would just be a disastrous thing, but it would still be fun to watch unfold, right? I feel like he would have a lawsuit coming his way within like a week. Let's see here. I'm trying to like go into the depths of my mind here, because fun thing, chat, I've been awake for like 4 hours at this point. I've been getting into a bad habit of waking up at like 5 in the afternoon, and that's not something I want to keep. That's not something I want to keep. That's not something I really recommend unless, like, you know, unless that's just kind of how your job operates. I don't think that's how you should operate unless that's how your job operates. Because otherwise, your like internal clock, like what do they call like when your mental functions are just completely out of sync, like with your clock, rather like with your internal clock. What do they call that? It's completely escaping me. But like it's basically kind of like that. My internal clock is just completely just like off the fritz right now. So like if I seem like a little slow tonight, that's why. That's why. That is why. But no, right now, in my own life, I'm just kind of continuing on with my personal gaming quest to get all the trophies that I can in Sonic games. I'm kind of in a bit of a detour on that though, as I'm currently playing the Final Horizons update for Sonic Frontiers, which is really fun. It's honestly really fun. It's very hard, but it is very fun. It's actually good that we get to have these characters back again and playable. And you have Amy's actually fun in 3D for the first time with no notes. I enjoy how high that she can get on her jumps. Oh yeah, she would also be a good prison warden, I feel like. For similar reasons to Knuckles, but I feel she'd be a bit more forgiving. And you know what? Fuck it, he's right there. My favorite anime character than the Soldier Critic. he's my fourth pick. He's my fourth pick for that. But yeah, for a lot of people who are new to this, they might not know it, but I'm a big Sonic mark. I'm a huge, gigantic Sonic mark. I went to see all the movies in theaters multiple times, which is an incredible experience. Sonic 3 is very, very fun, by the way. If you haven't seen it, you should. The Knuckles show, it's enjoyable. We actually watched that in our Discord server this week. Speaking of which, I have a Discord server, and we do watch-alongs every single weekend. This week, actually, on Sunday, we're going to be watching the third Sonic movie. We're going to be watching the third Sonic movie, which may or may not be on Paramount Plus by then. I don't know. And I don't want to check because I do not want to dox my friend who I'm leeching my account off of. So, yeah. Join us over there. We're going to watch it on Sunday. Hell or high water. I'll find a way to do it. We also have a little thing going on over there right now, in where you can submit your created wrestlers or fictional characters into a specific chat, in which I will be taking suggestions and using them in a game of my GM in 2K24 before 25 comes out, because I wanted to do something with 2K25 before, or rather, 2K24 before the next one came out, but time's running out on that. So I figured, you know what? The best thing to do is to make a big old gimmick out of it. I think that's probably the best thing that we could do with those resources that have been allotted to us at this point in time. But yeah, you can you can submit your characters over there, and yeah, I will be using them in my GM here next month, most likely. In fact, it will have to be next month, because by then, 2K25 will probably be out, because now it aligns with it aligns with Mania season more often than not. But yeah, along with you know, Sonic Frontiers, I'm just kind of obsessing over getting all the trophies. My current thing on YouTube now is watching a nearly 8-hour video on why Sonic CD is an unsung masterpiece. My prison warden is Kratos, Vector the Crocodile, Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil, and and Ornstein from Dark Souls. I can see that. Vector would probably not be a great prison warden, though. I don't really think that. I feel like a lot would like slip past him, right? Like SBO feels like he would be like the most apt, although he'd probably be better suited for like a different role on a police force. I don't know, like like an investigator or something. Or maybe part of the Secret Service. Yeah. along with just, you know, that bit of Sonic stuff, I also got to meet a Sonic fan in the wild, which was very fun. It was very fun because right now I'm trying to get all the Sonic games on PlayStation that I can physically. The ones I'm missing right now are Forces and Origins. And I do want both those games, even though Origins is just a collection of the classics. And Forces is, well, Sonic Forces. They have trophies. They both have trophies. And I want to platinum both of them. So that is part of just, you know, that is part of the process I'm going through at the moment. It's just trying to find the games. And I went to a GameStop. Yes, I went to GameStop in the big 2025 to see if I could find any. I didn't, but I did talk to the cashier because I just wanted to make sure.
Mario.
Hi, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting, Cubes. I'm talking about Sonic and how I met a Sonic fan in the wild, which wouldn't sound all that shocking because, you know, Sonic is like, you know, a big popular multimedia thing these days. But I don't know, it's just very fun to see someone that's into the same things you are just, you know, by chance out there in the real world, you know? And even though I couldn't get the things I was looking for at GameStop because, well, finding anything you want at GameStop these days is really hard. Because, like, chat, have you ever been inside of a GameStop in the big 2025? It is the saddest thing of all time. I couldn't sleep, so I watched Rocky Horror Picture Show, and now I'm here. Haha. Aw. Well, hopefully you can get back to sleep at some point. Maybe not to my stream, because I don't want the wrong idea to be gotten. But I hope that you are able to, you know, get the rest you need at some point. All the GameStops are closing up around here, which is super sad. Isn't the European version of GameStop just called Game? Or am I only thinking of, like, certain parts of Europe? Because I know that Game exists. Also, the action figure wrestling? Low-key kinda gas, not gonna lie. This etches, or rather, like, it taps into a specific part of my brain that I wasn't expecting to be tapped into. Oh, I have no clue, but ours were proper GameStops. Oh, okay.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Devin, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I'm talking about, ow! Ah! Doomslayer, hi. I'm talking about a Sonic fan I met in the wild and how we had a nice chat about his Sonic collection and just, you know,
Hello,
how
Mario.
fucking hyped we were for Sonic Frontiers and the Sonic Movie 3. And he was like telling me a story about, you know, how his collection, how his love for Sonic kind of came to be. Because him and I both experienced Sonic Heroes in the exact same way. And if you were like a kid in the 2000s, you may also relate to this. But does anyone remember like the kiosks, like the gaming kiosks that they would have at McDonald's? And they were like, hold on. McDonald's, hold on. I'm gonna leave this playing. McDonald's gaming kiosks. Hey, pay no attention to the nostalgia critic up there. He's fine. Like, does anyone remember this shit? These things? They were like these little, like, consoles that they would have set up in the play areas. And sometimes they'd be GameCubes, other times they would be N64s. But, like, basically, they would be, like, these little areas in the Play Center where you could go and play, like, little, like, video games. And they would be, like, stuff you would have at home. They would literally be, like, Sonic and Mario at home. Right? I'm pretty sure that they would just reset after a while. But you could use them. I have never seen these, but you bet your long butt that I would have been playing on them all the time as a kid. I played on them all the time. One of them had Sonic Heroes on it, and I swear to God that I used that to play Seaside Hill to absolute death, right? Like, that was how I experienced Sonic Heroes, Mario Kart Double Dash, Spyro Hero's Tale, because, like, I didn't have a GameCube, right? I was a PS2 guy. And those kinds of games were just not the kind of games that my parents would get me, right? But that was how I experienced games like those for the first time. And as I got older, when I saw, like, you know, people play it at their actual house, it was like the haze clearing from my brain. And I was just like, oh yeah, this is happening. Oh yeah, that's the Sonic game, or that's the Smash Brothers game that I saw at McDonald's one time. And, you know, nowadays I play Sonic Heroes, you know, front to back. I know that game very, very well. And, pro tip, if you get the PC version, and, you know, I give this pro tip a lot, but it bears repeating. If you find the PC version online, and you can, it is free, it's abandonware, and you get some general improvement mods for it, it genuinely becomes a top 5 3D Sonic game. Like, it becomes so fucking good. It becomes so good, dude. High recommend. Because at that point, you get to experience... Oh, where's Kenai? Not supposed to be here, actually. He usually joins me for the Yakuza stuff, but tonight he's not. But I had him in the title, for some reason. I guess I forgot to take him out. Nelson's not invited. But no. If you fix up Sonic Heroes, if you make it so that the sensitivity isn't so bad that you never want to play as Sonic himself, the game is, like, top tier. It's a top 5 3D Sonic game. Because at that point, you actually get to appreciate, like, the clever game design that's put into the team switching mechanics. By the way, did I hear you talking about a GM mode playthrough? Yeah, that was me basically talking about the idea that you gave me to use created characters and fictional characters in a GM mode to kind of cap off our time with 2K24. Currently, I'm taking characters to missions in my Discord server, which you should join, by the way. We have watch-alongs over there. I have fun community events like this. Rather, you know, fun little community events like the one I just talked about happening over there every so often. You should join it and take part in that shit. I would love to see you over there. But yeah, that's kind of what we're planning on doing to cap off our time with 2K24 before moving on to 25 when that releases. And I will say, the very first thing that we do, what channel should I put them in? So, if you go into my server, right? If you go into the comments the comments area category, way at the bottom, you will find cost submissions for GM mode. You put those in there. You give me their names.
Hello, Mario.
Tags, all that shit in there. So that way I can find it easy. And after this stream, or probably during the break, I'll go ahead and you know, give updates on the instructions. But basically what you need to do is you need to give me their names, the tags I can find them in 2K24, and photos of them, right? That's what I need. And if you have... I should probably make an addendum to it too. Because I'm pretty sure unless you download their move, or rather, like, unless you upload their movesets onto the community creations, they'll just have like a default moveset. So I may give a slight extension to it. I may give a slight extension to it. I'll give an update tonight in the Discord server. But yeah, hello Patchwork. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Again, join the Discord server for fun stuff like this. Oh, bet. Great. Fantastic. But no, to wrap up, you know, my time, or rather, you know, to wrap up the conversation, or the topic of me having a conversation with a Sonic fan in the wild, I basically told him about these kiosks, and then he was like, dude, he was like, bro, are we the same person? Because he had a similar experience for himself, because when he was young, he had like a demo disc on PC of Sonic Heroes that only had Seaside Hill on it. And he was like, I played Seaside Hill on that demo disc to absolute death, and I begged my parents to get me Sonic Heroes. And sure enough, that one Christmas, after all the gifts were unwrapped, he got one more gift from his grandfather, and it was Sonic Heroes on the GameCube. And he got that alongside Shadow the Hedgehog. So, he was eating good. He was eating good that Christmas. I don't know. Whenever you see people who are into your hyperfixations and special interests in the wild, it just makes them that much more fun, right? You can only have so many wrestlers in your roster, LMAO. Well, you know what? I'm going to be downloading as many as I can. And, I have quite a few and I don't want to spam them all in there, haha. Well, then pick the best of the best that you want. Also, you can only have so many wrestlers in your roster. That is very true. But, and while I can't guarantee that everyone's going to have a spot.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, hello. My dudes.
I can't guarantee that everyone's going to get a spot. But I can guarantee that they'll be part of the roster pool. So, yeah. Anyways, chat, let's say we have an ad. Let's say we have an ad break. And then we get started with tonight's festivities. If Stev was a wrestler, I'd buy his merch. Are you saying you'd buy Long Boy Club merch? Maybe I gotta get on that. Maybe I need to finally get on the merch train. Get those hats and those pins and those stickers made. Because listen, I'm not much of a shirt guy, because those shirts, aside from a few exceptions, those shirts are made with the worst material of all time. They're made with the worst material of all time. But, and along with that, they'll usually get holes in them within like the first year of owning. But stickers and posters especially, that shit'll last you for years if you handle them properly. I literally have, like, my living room is a bachelor's paradise, because it's just fills to the brim, like, with framed art and posters from you know, conventions and events and stuff like that, right? Like, I literally have a poster of Fastlane from 2023, I believe, and it's literally just a picture of John Cena in there. I also have SummerSlam from that same year framed up in there. I have a signed portrait of Seth Rollins. I have a signed portrait of Cody Rhodes, too. Like, it's just great. It's fantastic. I also have a specific piece of art that's, like, based on the Scott Steiner meme, like Steiner math. And it's one of the best things I own. It is genuinely one of the best things I own. But you know what's also one of the best things I own? This live stream and this commercial break.
It's break time.
I'm going to get rid of the Nostalgia Critic real quick, and Raw will roll on after this. But no, like, I would like to get, like, Psygnosis with Formula 1 racing. In fact, these games are so similar that once again, we question why this genre is so popular. We have yet to see any tracks that blow us out of our chairs. No huge loops, no gigantic ramp launches, no driving through waterfalls, nothing imaginative. These games are supposed to be fun first and simulation second. Where's the creativity? Why not have a game where you have to find a ride to the hospital before your wife delivers a baby? Now that would be fun. Rather than compete against other racers, you have to avoid getting arrested by keeping below the speed limit, obeying right-of-way laws, and not tailgating. Any foul up and the cops will pull you over. The best part is that you don't know how to get to your location. You have to read the road signs and hope you explore in the right direction. Anyway, Formula 1 has nice colorful graphics and a large number of tracks, 17 to be exact, but it's still a jar, folks. A jar all the way. I will take my fucking flowers now. I will take my fucking flowers now. Where are they, chat? Where'd they go? Oh my goodness gracious.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw, chat. I'm gonna boot up Wrestling Empire. I couldn't do it because I was overtaken by Psygnosis for a second. I was overtaken by Psygnosis for a quick second. But hold on just one moment. Hold on just one moment and I'll... Hey, there you go. Cool. And I need my controller. All right. Now, chat. Do we need a reminder on where we were last time? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Ah, no, is it not going to let me use the controller unless I start it with the controller on? Okay, hold on just a second. Just 1 second, chat. This game should work great with your controller. Oh, it does. Because as luck would have it, MDickie's pretty fucking based. Hold on just a second, chat. Okay, there you go. All right. Now, chat, do we need a... I'm going to give you a refresher on where we were in our time here. So, when we last left Gira, the Long Boy himself, the leader of the Long Boy Club, we found that Brody... Bruiser Brody. I was about to say Brody King. Bruiser Brody was a piece of shit, actually. We found out that he was a piece of shit and he turned on us immediately. Rather, like, he fucking turned on us immediately, like, at the beginning of the stream. Because our goal during the stream, right? Our goal during the stream was to get the tag titles with him. We were going to be tag team champions together. But 'twas not to be, because instead of that happening, do you want to know what happened instead? What happened instead was immediately at the beginning of the stream, he turned on us. He turned on us in the gym. He fucking blindsided us. He broke our ribs. And he put us on the shelf for like a whole month. Upon returning, it took us like 2 months to finally confront him. And when we did, we put him on the shelf permanently. We faced him and kicked his ass in a 2 out of 3 falls match. Loser leaves New Japan. And Gira won with flying colors. And in the process, proceeded to practically paralyze Bruiser Brody. He beat him up so bad, he put him through a table. He held his newly won IWGP United States Championship over his prone and broken body. And he sent him packing from New Japan. Since then, we haven't seen hide nor hair of Bruiser Brody. He signed probably the worst deal I've ever seen at UFC. And according to the news that we got at the end of that match, he has been paralyzed mostly, rather like nearly paralyzed, and he may never wrestle again. Now, maybe that will change. Maybe that'll change. Maybe that will change. But the fact that he got a contract at UFC and is only getting paid $700 a week, what a fall off. Generational L right there, chat. Fucking-rational right there. Meanwhile, Guerra's been riding high. He's 5 months into his reign as IWGP United States Champion. By the way, I changed some things around with the game. I changed around things with the promotions. And I made things make more sense. I made them make more sense. In that, now, the titles look like how they're supposed to look, and they say what they're supposed to say. So now, the International Championship in New Japan, well, actually, no. All of the promotions are named after they're supposed to be. So, like, you have, like, All Elite Wrestling here, named All Elite Wrestling instead of Strong Style Wrestling. We have New Japan, named New Japan, and so on and so forth. Same thing with the championships. Now, the IWGP United States Championship isn't just called the Super Junior Championship, because for one thing, it's not the Super Junior Championship. And two, the United States Championship didn't even look like the United States Championship. So not only did I rename it, I made it the correct color of leather, too. Because if you'll actually see the championship, which is now defunct, the strap was red. It was like a burgundy red. So I changed the color of that along with the other necessary titles. I went through all of them and changed them. I even made the women's title white here for the women. Let's see here. The Intercontinental Championship was a black strap, right, chat? I mean, I know when the classic design returned in the mid-2010s, the stripe, rather like the strap was white. So yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure that everything is as it needs to be. Everything is as it needs to be, and we can continue on. Now, the thing with Gira, right, is that once again, he is 5 months into his reign as IWGP US Champion. He won the title back in September from paper champion Akio Sato, and is now entering February and will soon be due for new contract negotiations. So the question is, what is next for him? What's next for him? Is he going to continue on as IWGP US title? Is he going to go to greener pastures? Is he going to drop the title in favor of something else? I have a few ideas, but let's see what the game has in mind. Let's see what the game has in mind, and we'll take it from there. Now, what's wrong? WCW. What the? That's one of the ideas. What the fuck? Wait, who's on the computer? Schwarzenegger? Oh yeah, that's right, because at the end of the last session, we were offered we were offered a contract to go and work in Hollywood for a little bit. But you know, that would have been nice. We got enough money. We got enough money. If there's one thing a wrestler doesn't need, it's money. All they need is the blood, sweat, and tears of the fans. Oh my god, that's right. CD Ray versus Jumbo Tsuruta. Who? So hold on. Hold on just a second. Were we supposed to have like a match against Jumbo Tsuruta? Was there supposed to be a match with Jumbo Tsuruta? Got pivot to Hollywood to make that red one money. Go pivot to Hollywood to make that red one money. I'll be able to be in the Christmas movie with Dwayne The Rock Johnson and the polar bear from Fortnite. Come on, you cannot look at the polar bear from Red 1 and tell me that's not the same guy from fucking Fortnite. That literally looks like the military polar bear from Epic Games' seminal release, Fartnut. It's literally the same beat. Like, Driver 88, what are you doing here? Don't you have like a match later? Why are you drinking on the job? We gotta get the legs up and strong. Also, hello, Banquo. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Or that Firefighter movie with Cena wearing the MLP t-shirt. What the? Huh? Oh, I thought that I injured myself for a second. That was gonna be pretty not great. And we're just facing the Miz. He is not on Gira's level. Driver 88 is getting wasted. He is. But first, before we have our no, you know what, Styles? No, I'm not letting you have your way with me. Whoa! Uh-oh. 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 Got shit. Got shit. Got shit. I cannot go into the match smelling like shit. No! No! Anoki! What are you doing, man? Alright, gotta get into the curtain. I gotta get into the curtain real quick. Wait, where's my burger? Oh yeah, I dropped it. There it is.
Hello,
right
Mario.
There. Here to lurk and support you. I hope you're having a great stream and evening. I'm about to have a great match here, Soulstone. A hardcore champion, or rather like a hardcore match against The Miz. Oh yeah, that's right, because he's won half of the tag team champions. Manson washed his hand. I had to go through the curtain, brother. I had to go through the curtain. Also, hey, Soulstone. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. What was the Firefighter movie with John Cena? Gira, I'm sure you think you'll win this match, and I certainly know that you can. So why don't you put your money where your mouth is and bet on it? $1,920 says I'll kick your ass. You know what, Miz? Gira is the United States champion. In order to be the United States champion, you gotta be able to take the risks and take the shots where you can. And also be good in singles competition. And that tag title tells me that you're not on the same level as Gira. So maybe you're great in and of yourself, or maybe you may be great in a team environment. But when it comes to one-on-one, you couldn't lace up Gira's boots. I'm on. This match just got interesting. Now I could take your money as well as your dignity. You know what dignity sounds like, chat? It sounds like here comes the pain. What the? Immediately! Wait, dynamite? I have a really bad feeling about the dynamite, chat. I need it to explode before it blows up in my face. Oh shit. I really need it to explode before it blows up in my face. But no. Listen, it doesn't matter if I bring a disease into the ring from the restroom. Abdul the Butcher's got that covered. No, I gotta go through the curtain. I gotta get to the match. Oh, no. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you, Mike. Why is there TNT in a wrestling match? Holy shit! I don't know, but I want it. Dude, I really want it to blow up. I really want it to blow up. Abdul the Butcher, you're gonna get these fucking. Ah! You're gonna get these fucking hands. You're gonna get these unwashed hands. He's just moving around with the dynamite in his hands. Whoa! Punching with the dynamite. I really need that dynamite to explode. Whoa! He caught it! Oh! Bro ain't no bench warmer. Come on. A gun? Dude, how do you shoot? How do you shoot in this match? I've been trying to figure out how to shoot the gun for like ages. Dude, Gira hasn't been the same since being released. He hasn't been the same since being released from WWE. No, give me back the Glock. Okay, dude, you were just playing hacky sack with the friggin' dynamite. Please blow up in your hand. That'd be so funny. Please blow up in your hand. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny, chat. Ow! Also, where's Terry Funk? Why is he? Oh, okay, never mind. He's right there. All right, I'm gonna put him through a table. Why is there a gun in the wrestling match? I'll do to you what I did to Bruiser Brody. Friggin' loser. Wow. I'll tell you what, chat. Being hit by a gun is pretty hardcore. Being hit with a gun. That's some rough shit right there. Yeah, it's like all you can really do. Like, you can't shoot anyone with it. Why would they put a gun in the game if I can't shoot people with it? Water break. Bro, what are you doing? I hit him with the water! Watch, this thing's gonna explode, too. Wait, can I not pin him out here? Whoa! No! Can I not pin him? Okay, cool. So now that Gira's a little bit more of a... Now that he's a little bit more of a beast, now that he's gained like 70 pounds in pure muscle mass, he's gonna have to change up his style a little bit. What the? Wait, the lights went out? Who turned out the lights? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a lights out match now. We gotta, okay, we gotta go to the crowd. We gotta go to the crowd now. What? Who the heck turned out the lights? Can that just happen? Hey, you! No! I'm about to show your guy that neither of you are on my fucking level. Come on. Get on up here. Whoa! Ow! Dude, why aren't you counting? Ref, you need to be fucking counting, dude. Ah! No! I'm trying to reverse it, chat. I'm really trying. Well, he just got tired. That's fine. Come on, into the crowd. You gotta find the crowd, dude. This is getting fucked, dude. What? Don't break up my cover. Well, never mind. We ended it at ringside. Enjoy the money while it lasts, Gear. I'll take something even more valuable from you one day. My best friend has already left me. You can never take anything else from me that I haven't already lost. Cool. That was an easy win. Dude, the Miz sucks. Terry Fuck required stinches. Yes. Man, why are we so down? I'm thinking that Gira's gonna need to... hold on just a second. Let's see here just a second. What are, like, the stats? Rather, like, what's the popularity stat for Gira? Hi. I need to find someone that works at WCW, because I have an idea for him. I have an idea. I have a specific vision for him. It doesn't involve a world championship, actually. It involves a bit of a pattern that we've seen throughout Gira's career up to this point. Alright? His history with mid-card titles. But first, we need to get to other contract negotiations. Samantha Panther has defeated Alexa Bliss. Infinite Best has been released by Wrestling Revolution. Mitsuharu Misama and Kenta Kobashi have defeated Abdullah the Butcher and The Miz to become IWGP Tag Champs again. Friend request. Antonio Inoki has developed a friendship with Macho Man and Randy Savage. Abdullah the Butcher's feud with Gira appears to have lost momentum and is no longer over with the fan. I didn't even know that we were rivals. After 6 hours of comfortable sleep, I'm at good health. I'm a B. Brian Blair has left New Japan to go to WCW. Bret Hart's presence on the National Wrestling Alliance roster has elevated their ratings to 84%. Jacob Fatu has... Wait, that's Jacob Fatu? That is not. I feel like we need to edit that, chat. I mean based, but I don't think that's Jacob Fatu. They whitewashed him. Shank has left Indie Wrestling Union to pursue a career at New Japan Pro Wrestling. Sabu has gone to NWA to a career at Wrestling Revolution. Alright, cool. Alright, Needles. What's your contract like? No creative control. So you're a big jabroni then. Alright. Well, on this night, we're introducing Gira's 5-minute challenge. If you can't beat him in 5 minutes, you gotta eat an egg with the shell in it from the vending machine. I've missed working with you now that you're at New Japan Wrestling, and I'm at Indie Wrestling Union. Do you think there's a spot for me at New Japan Pro Wrestling on the same terms? Yeah, sure. Come and join it, dude. Why not? Thanks for making this happen, Gira. I can't wait to work with you again. Oh, I think I know who's gonna win the US title after Gira's done here. Did you want to say me, Gira? This better be worth my time. Would you like this belt? Would you like to be friends? Shall we form a team? Would you be my manager? I challenge you to a match. I want to retire. Do you have any advice? Sorry, never mind. Well, stop gesturing. Ah, what? Dude. Dude, that lowered my attitude? So wait, hold on. Who's on the roster of WCW? Jeff Jarrett, Trayvon Eric, Conor McGregor, Huge Direction, Kevin Owens, Bobby Lashley, Booker T, Big Show, Ultimo Dragon, Jericho. Oh, that's Sin Cara. There's something you want to say to me, Gira? Would you like to join New Japan Pro Wrestling? Stop making promises you can't keep. You don't have enough power to call the shots. Well, then why even present me with the option? My attitude, dude, it's awful. Right, well, I better go train for my enhancement talent match. Because I don't think Needles is going to have a big career here in New Japan. So... basically the idea that I have... What the... Basically the idea that I have, chat, is that right now, Gira has a very specific set of titles under his belt. No pun intended. Because so far in his career, he has won... They're not world titles, they're titles that are directly or loosely associated with the United States. So far, he has won the North American Championship in NXT, the United States Championship in WWE, the IWGP United States Championship in New Japan. So I think... What the... Wait, what's happening with my leg? No, my idea is that we could have a bit like of a Mr. America gimmick go on with him, right? You look exhausted, Gira. Why don't you take a nap? Thank you. Oh, no. Alright, I'll try to sleep. No, get up. You gotta go through the curtain, Gira. Grab your title. You gotta get through the curtain, bro. Now shove that burger in your face and get going. Get going, bro. But no, I think it would be fun to have a bit like of a Mr. America gimmick going on with it. But just playing beautiful music. Love Roman Reigns. But someone... I mean, Gira needs to, like, drop the title to somebody. Right? But the question is, who will he drop it to? What the... Terry, what happened to you? Man, those stitches really fucked you up, dude. Those stitches really got you. You're a long way from home, Needles. You should have stayed at Indie Wrestling Union. You may have been a big fish in a small pond, but New Japan Pro Wrestling is too tough for a loser like you. This is my yard, and these are my fans. Nobody carves out a successful career here without my blessing. That's strange, because I recall signing my contract with Antonio Inoki and not you. Antonio Inoki can't protect you once you step in this ring, so you better watch your attitude. Right, hold on just a second. We need fight music, like last time. Now, given how this is not really the biggest match, minor league. What the? Uh-oh. Oh, hello. So how can I, like, take off my belt? Because this is a little weird, isn't it? Ooh, yeah! Spinal tap! Let's go. Count it, Red Shoes. I know you hate my guts, but you need to be an impartial referee on this. You need to be an impartial referee on this. Terry Funk's still making his way down. It's been like a minute into the match and he still hasn't made it. You know what, Needles? I'll give you something. Come on, get in the ring. I know that you don't have it in you to go up top. I know you don't got it in you to go up top. You do not have the cojones. No, I need to focus on Needles. Whoa, hello. Nice. Okay, not nice. Dang. I was half expecting him to, like, fly over. Cool.
Right.
I'm gonna bring you over here. Oh, wait, Burning Hammer? Burning Hammer! Ow!
It's almost time for a 90
Wow.
seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
That's gnarly. No, it's not. That is fucking gnarly. World's strongest slam. I mean, that makes more sense now than it did previously. Squashed. For those that like to keep count, that was my 6th victory in a row. Niels couldn't end my streak, and nobody else has what it takes either. Now, where the heck is my title? Where's my title? Terry Funk. Terry Funk, grab your crush and let's go, brother. Grab your crutch and let's get the fuck out of here, bro. Thumbs up. What a man. Gear's profile has improved considerably by defying the odds to be... Wait, defying the odds? What do you mean? Neo's profile has suffered considerably after winning that match. Dude, how are we going down? We need to get more talent in here. What? How the heck? What? Huh? Listen, Gear, I've got a match coming up and I'm not sure I can win on my own. Would you consider assisting me at ringside? There's $1,150 in it for you if you do. Sure, I'll help you win. Thanks for doing this, Kira. Why did we have this conversation in court? You know what? Sure, I'll help you win. It's against the Jumbo Saruta. We fucking hate the Jumbo Saruta. We all fucking hate the Jumbo Tsuruta. So you know what? That's fine by me. You're out of here.
Hello, Mario.
Bing bong. Hello there, Dan. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We're over here trying to get something going here with Shank, I think is what his name was, and Jumbo Tsuruta, because they are for some reason in a feud here. Ah! Hey! Hey, Red Shoes, what the fuck? Ow! His legs! Ah! Oh no. I'm going in there with my title and I'm gonna friggin' run up to the Jumbo Tsuruta and use it on him. No, give me my freaking title. No! Let me just use my title, please. Now I'm going back in there again. No! Let me in! Let me in. What? He caught it! Ow! I don't even know where I am. There he is. Alright, gotta get to like a good vantage point, that way I can hit him up. That way I can hit him upside the head with my title. Come on!
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, I may actually need to go to the commercial on this if he cannot beat the Jumbo Tsuruta. Because he's currently getting his ass whooped by Jumbo Tsuruta. There's really not much I can do to help in that regard. I can maybe run in and... Ah, I can't even do that. Ow. Who the hell hit me? 12-16? Alright, man. Okay, fine. You know what? Given how we're not actually fighting this match continues in picture-in-picture.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Hello, Mario.
Brawl goes on after this. This match continues in picture-in-picture.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits you out. Like any Doom game, Final Doom is invincible, indestructible, impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever.
It's going to be in a tiny window up here.
Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Final Doom is just more of the same old Doom shoot-'em-up action that has spawned countless clones in the video game industry.
The match
same
just
Doom enemies
ended.
That inhabited all
I don't
the
even
other
know who
Doom
won.
games of this Doom series are also in this Doom game. Doom it, we're sick of all these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must
well, that
shoot
was
in this
restaurant
game.
quality picture-in-picture if
Doom it.
I've ever seen it.
These games make you Doom crazy,
To coin
especially
a
since
famous
they're so
philosopher's
Doom
turn
hard.
of phrase.
Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom game. Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana. The game is actually 3 games in 1. Master levels from the internet, Plutonia, and
Yeah, hi,
PvP
Kite. Welcome to
all
tonight's
are
Long Boy
extremely
Club meeting.
difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives
Just
you
wondering,
all
did
of the
you hear
game's
about the
weapons.
temporary
But even with that
return of
little
Mountain
gem, you
Dew's
will fail
monstrosity from a
miserably.
few years
Don't
ago on
worry,
Sunday?
We're not going to Doom Williams.
Wait,
Let's
wait.
just say it's time to
Wait,
put this
Mountain
series
Dew's
to rest.
monstrosity? What do you mean?
Of course, we may end up eating crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom.
Suffer considerably
Om
from
nom nom.
If you
Oh,
think that all
excuse
these
me, we're
Dooms are
back, my
bad,
dudes.
Hey, welcome
wait till
back
you
to
find
Raw.
out what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game. If Williams sees this segment,
No, I
they'll
don't know what
either
you mean,
A,
man.
Laugh at all the Doom Dooms.
Puppy monkey baby.
B, put us on their
Oh!
to Doom list. C,
I don't know,
Doom
man.
us to Hades,
All I've
or
heard
D,
from the
not do
Super
one
Bowl
Doom thing.
is that the Chiefs got absolutely curb stomped, which they did. And 2, Kendrick absolutely killed it at halftime, which he did. Which he did. And that's really cool. Because I've been bumping GNX for like the past couple weeks or so. And there was never a doubt that he was going to play, you know, Not Like Us. But just the fact that he like teased it and then brought it back. And the way that he gave knowing smile. I'm so glad we won that match, Gira. It was a pleasure working with you. Of course, my friend. Well, now since we have no show tomorrow, we gotta train. The Chiefs lost real bad. They did. Dude, they lost so bad. They lost real fucking bad. I'm pretty sure skill, like, enhances your submission stuff, right? Yasuruda the Big Buddha. I like rhyming complete nonsense. Listen, we like, we enjoy rhymes and alliteration here in the Long Boy Club, okay? Ain't nothing wrong with that. So what happens if I, like, sleep on the table? Can I do that? Is that gonna give me, like, uncomfortable sleep? Or is that gonna be the same thing as comfortable sleep? I have a feeling it's gonna give me uncomfortable sleep. No, no, no fucking way! Is it gonna give me uncomfortable sleep? Or does Gira like the table? Awesome Kong has left AEW to go to Wrestling Revolution. Lita's glad that Awesome Kong has left AEW. Shinsuke Nakamura has defeated a heated... Oh shit! Hold on. Hold on. I knew I forgot something. I always forget the homunculus. Don't worry. He's still here. He's just a little shy. Ah, homunculus, you want to run that by us one more time, brother? Want to run that by us one more time?
What's the body temperature of the Tauntaun? Lukewarm.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Not hot or cold, lukewarm-blooded. Terry Funk has recovered from his injury and looks forward to getting back in the ring. After 7 hours of uncomfortable... Okay, cool. Got it. Got it. Wait, why am I so low? I've come down with an illness and is in poor health this week. D'Lo Brown's been released by World Wrestling Entertainment. He must now make ends meet on the independent circuit. Dan Severn has been released by UFC. Virgil has been released by UFC. Ted DiBiase is disappointed that Virgil has joined Indie Wrestling Union. Indie Wrestling Union have crowned Virgil and D'Lo Brown as their new group project champions. Wow. D'Lo Brown has left Indie Wrestling Union to pursue... So wait, hold on. Hold on. D'Lo Brown and Virgil won the titles. Only, like, dropped them within the same week. Am I getting that right? Is that right, chat? Shit, the pay-per-view is tomorrow. So the story... You look like crap, Kira. Is the daily grind wearing you down? I could hook you up with some painkillers that will make you feel invincible. You don't know. I just need more rest. Dude, why is my boss holding me up? Dude, why is my boss coming up and offering me steroids and painkillers and stuff? And Tony Inoki and Gira may be on good terms now, but I'm not so sure about, that guy. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep. I'm just gonna go ahead and sleep. I can get up and train just a little bit. I can get up and train just a tiny bit. The Oz commercial from the Super Bowl was Fleshy Cowboy Head. I honestly do not know, like, any of this year's commercials from the Super Bowl. What were, like, the ones that, like, actually stood out? Why am I paying him even though he didn't work anything? All Elite Wrestling have crowned Becky Lynch and Monica Marquez as their new World Tag Team Champions. This storm has been released by AEW. Tam Nakano has defeated Jeff Hardy to become the IWGP Women's Champion. Gail Kim has left New Japan Pro Wrestling. Yoshihiro Takayama is glad that Gail Kim has left. After 10 hours of comfortable sleep, Gira's energy levels are now at 87%. Toshiaki Kawada's strength has improved considerably. Stevie Ray has been released by New Japan. Has left World Championship Wrestling to pursue a career at World Wrestling Federation. Indie Wrestling unit have crowned Lance Storm and Brian Pillman as their new group project champions. From a lack of exposure in recent week. Dude, we didn't have a show last week. Ah, the Great Muta. Oh, dude. That's so unfair. We didn't have a match last week. We had no matches. I think tonight's the night to lose our US title, chat. How about it? I heard that we can use it as a bargaining chip. Dude, why does he have hurdy leg? Why the heck does Gira have hurdy leg? Hi. I'm a huge fan of yours, Gira. Do you think I can get your autograph? Sure, thanks for your support. You don't know how much this means. I'm actually hoping to become a wrestler myself one day. Huh? I don't know about that, dude. I don't know about that one. My dude, a fan... Okay, so... What happened in the past 15 seconds? Fan walks up to Gira, asks for autograph, says that she must become a wrestler one day, kisses Gira. I don't know about that, dude. That was very unprofessional and inappropriate behavior, Gira. Dude, she came on to him. This is not Gira's fault. But hold on, what's our relations now? Dude! No! No! Gira, you need to be professional. Okay? You need to be professional about this. Gira's team. That's the fucking Lawn Boy Club, you idiot. What do you... Dude. No. It was very unprofessional behavior, Gira. I didn't want to kiss her. That was not my choice. That was not my fucking choice. Well, okay, let's just go to the press conference. Welcome to the IWGP United States Championship clash between the Great Muta and Gira. Gira's on a winning streak. What makes you think you can end it, the Great Muta? I can't believe I had to sit here with my time talking about an empty-headed dumb fuck like Gira. That's the third person! Right, that's the second person that's called him an empty-headed dumb fuck like him. As a champion, what do you make of a challenger like the Great Muta? I can't believe I had to sit here on my time talking to an empty-headed dumb fuck like the Great... Hell yeah, Gira, throw that shit back at him. Fans all over the world have been waiting for this moment, and I can't believe it's happening. I can't believe it either. What the... Junk food may give you a quick energy boost, but it's bad for your health in the long term. Thank you. I know I need to stop eating McDonald's. Your point? Alright, we're going out. We're going out there with our shit. Here we go. It is time for the legendary clash. Do we lose our title here? Chat. Do we lose our title here? I have a feeling that we do. That's just me. I have a feeling that we lose our title here. Because I feel like it's taken us, you know, it's taken us to the limit that we can, you know? It's taken us as far as it can really take us, and we need to either go up or find something else, right? But first off, I want to check the popularity of the Great Muta. Where's the Great Muta? Oh, the Great Muta's like one of the most popular guys. What do you want, Gira? This better be worth it. Do you have any advice? Did you know that you can improve your agility by climbing the wall in the gym? Why, yes, I did. I have a feeling that we might lose this one. I do not know what the Great Muta's submission stat is. Huh? What's this music? Huh? Weird PC game off sounding music. Wow! Terry Funk showing that he's no longer affected by the injury. And you know what? Actually, I want to keep this title. You've only remained the United States Championship this long by ducking me. Everyone knows I'm the biggest threat to that title you've ever been up against. That may be true, honestly. But you can't put it off any longer, and now I'll prove why you were right to fear me. Uh-oh. Alright, dude, you're showing some... Whoa, hello. Whoa, hey! Wow. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine, I'll go blow for blow with you. I'm gonna go blow for blow with you, the Great Muta. Ow. Uh-oh. I need to get to the rope. Hold on. Go ahead and let's do World Circuit. His submission stats pretty good. As in Gira submission stats. It's actually pretty good. Because you'll remember, one of his big moves in WWE was the crossfade. No way! What? Dude, that wasn't even a minute! Wow! Bro. That shit wasn't even a minute long. Hold on just a second. I need to make sure that we have... Need to make sure that we have the fucking... Need to make sure that we have the fucking thing here. Chat, no way. No way. Gira was really this.
Like I said before, you know, I'm the one that can see John Cena. Yeah, I'm the one that knows Victoria's Secret. I'm the one that knows what the dog is doing. You know, I'm that guy. I'm him. When I go into a gym, treadmills do push-ups. That's how it is, bro. I'm that guy.
Gira was seriously that guy. There. Gira's progress is being hindered by the limitations of New Japan Pro Wrestling. What do you mean? That was a legendary fumble on the part of the Great Muta. I was half expecting him to take this. The Great Muta's profile has suffered considerably after occurring a loss in a major event. Terry Funk is happy that his client won that match. Alright, are we going up? No, USC's still the most popular one. Dude, it was like at the middle. What happened in this time frame? Holy shit. Making hand over fist. That was insane. What a fumble on the part of the Great Muta. Ufashan has left World Wrestling Federation to pursue a career at World Championship Wrestling. Appears to have lost weight. The 39-year-old now weighs 189 pounds. National Wrestling Alliance has become significantly more popular. Dino Bravo has left National Wrestling Alliance. Berserker has left to pursue a career at New Japan. China's left World Wrestling Entertainment. Gabriel Patron has left. Oh no. Tori Wilson has left indie wrestling. Has overtaken World Wrestling Federation to become the most popular brand of wrestling. Nothing scheduled. We got to get this title off of us, chat. We got to get this title off of us. Dude, what the fuck do you want? Listen. That's how you want to do it. Wow! What the? Ow! Fine, you know what? Get over here. Over here! I'm gonna bring you over here. I'm gonna back body, or rather, I'm gonna German suplex you through this table! Because fuck it. Gira is done not getting the respect that he is owed. And he'll make sure he gets it. He'll make sure he gets his respect. Get up. Can you not break this tape? Okay, you know what? We take those. We take those wins. Oh, CM Punk. Looking oddly not CM Punk-esque. Kevin Nash is still the tag champ. Okay. Alright, well, we gotta get our skill up. That was incredible what we did to the Great Muta. That wasn't even like a minute. We beat him in less than a minute. Okay, what do you want? What do you want, Kevin Nash? Over here training. You know what? I'm making my claim here. Oh. There, Tiger Mask. I'm making my claim here. Who's the current WCW United States Champion? Bobby Lashley. What I want to do? What do you want, Gira? This better be worth my time. Can I join you at World Championship Wrestling? Sure, I can make that happen. Welcome to World Championship Wrestling. Dude! Dude, just like that? Just like that, we're in a new promotion. Sorry, never mind. I didn't even know that that's how it could happen. Dude, dude, look at the increase. Okay, well, what if I go back to Antonio Inoki? This better be worth my time. Can I join you in New Japan? Sure, we can find a spot for you. We need to discuss the terms. Bro, what the fuck? Are we still champion? Yeah. That's crazy. Bro, that's insane. That's some insane hacks. And dude, look at how much money we have now. 6,900 nice dollars. We're just going back and forth between companies. And we're still champion. Dude. That makes no sense. That's insane. I'm taking my claim. But I'll never give you that satisfaction. Okay, Kevin Nash. How about that? How about that, my friend? You never should come to World Championship Wrestling, Gary. You don't have what it takes. Okay, Paul Heyman. I didn't even know you. I didn't know you had like a dog in this fight. But you know what? By all means. By all means, dude. But no, before we go anywhere else, we need to like drop the. Dude, what is it? Fine. You want to go? We can go. Shank, help me out here, man. Help me out here, bitch. I can't see what I'm punching. Hello, Kevin Nash. What's up? Mad that I World's Strongest slammed you? Having a bit of a tough time coming to grips with it? I take that as a yes. Whatever, I'm sleeping. Sleepies. Big sleepies. Wait, management? Oh wait, Terry Funk makes more now. because of like the more money I make. Macho Man Randy Savage has defeated Earthquake. Okay, just won the title back. Boomtown has been released by World Wrestling Federation. Adam Cole has left AEW to pursue a career in WWE. Red Shoes just developed a huge rivalry with Greg Valentine. Shank's stamina has deteriorated considerably. After 9 hours of comfortable sleep, he's now healthy. Boom Fashawn has defeated Bayley to become the new women's champion of WCW. Will remain on the roster for the next 44 weeks. Indie Wrestling Union have crowned Dan Severn as their new undergraduate champion. Brian Pillman has left indie wrestling to pursue career at Wrestling Revolution. I suffer from a lack of exposure. I literally signed some... Dude. That makes no sense. That makes 0 sense. Why do we need to, like... Why are we losing popularity? I'm sorry to see you leave World Championship Wrestling, but I hope things work out at New Japan Pro Wrestling. Thank you, Ultimo Dragon. I didn't even talk to you at all, but thanks. Don't you throw your hands up at me. Now, Paul Heyman, what the... Now, Paul Heyman, what do you want to talk about, man? But, whoa! Hurricane Rana? You're more popular than me, Kira. I don't want any trouble with you. No, I didn't mean to hit you. I didn't mean to hit you, Ultimo Dragon. I was trying to get one up on Paul Heyman. Because he just decided out of the blue that he hated me. Hey, that's my title. Ah! Give me back my title. No. Give me back that belt or I'll show you what it's for. Wait, can I wrap it around my... Sorry. No! No, you can't have it back! No! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, Ken's... Hell yeah, Kensuke Suzuki. Get him. Your energy looks a little low, Gira. Find something to eat or drink to fill in the gaps. What do you mean? Fine, I'll get some to fill... Ow.
I salute my fallen...
Kevin, why'd you do that, man? Why is Gira like gaining so much weight? It's not like a chicken leg is bad for you, right? I mean, it's fried food, so yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Much like this floor steak. Uncooked floor. Ah! Who the hell keeps like stealing my championship, by the way? Rather, Keiji Muto just continually steals my belt. I think he wants a shot at the championship, chat. Give me my title. What the? No! Ah! Well, it's a shame because— ow! It's only a matter of time before I reclaim my United States Championship, so you may as well drop it now. Come on, you want it back so bad? We'll fight for it. Listen, man, we can fight. That's why we're here, right? If you want it back so bad, why don't you fight me for it? But you won't because you're a biatch. What the? Wait, what are we doing? What the heck are we doing, Terry Funk? Terry, move. I'm still waiting on that tactile shot, by the way, chat. I knew you come crawling back to New Japan Pro Wrestling gear. I didn't even leave, really. People like you always think the grass is greener on the other side, and I have to find out the hard way. Meanwhile, people like me sacrifice everything to make New Japan make New Japan Pro Wrestling what it is today. But they never should have let you back in. But I'm gonna fix their mistake. Well, it's funny you say that because because I'm still the IWGP US Champion, and you're not. Ow! What the hell? You broke a light tube over me.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my
Is it?
dudes.
Fuck. Okay,
Okay,
fine. You know what? Move
It's
it.
break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Ah,
my
you
dudes?
missed. But no, did we like run out of like Super Bowl ad ideas?
Can also be tossed on the fire, but this one
Or are
isn't
we just
nearly
kind
as
of-
bad. Many
or are
of you
we
will
still
like this
minding the
game,
well?
But for us,
Are we
it
still
didn't
there?
come anywhere near Resident Evil 2. The quality of the full motion video faces is stunning, but the in-game graphics leave a lot to be desired.
Oh my god, you can go in first person
Are
mode?
the main detractors, but in several spots the game shows potential.
Chat, we're gonna try
When you
first
search
person
for a
mode and
lost
see what
daughter in the
happens,
alley,
okay?
The wobbly camera and dark shadows create an amazing sense of fear and anticipation for the unknown. Unfortunately, this visual sense does not stay with the game on a consistent basis. Much of the game is silent, so the game is aptly named. The use of silence is a great idea, but needs better execution.
And that's the whole video. That's all Silent Hill is to him. Only worth less than a minute of coverage. Good night, Steph. Good night, Patch. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. But first, you need to see, you gotta see first person mode. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow, it's like I'm really there. Where are they putting this out in VR chat?
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my
Hey,
dudes.
welcome back to Raw. What is happening? What?
1, 2.
Oh my god, I thought I was gonna lose the first person mode. No, that's fine. That's okay. Ow! You got to see all of them, chat. You got to see every aspect of Kensuke Suzuki. And even some of Gira. Yeah! Get on up, I'm not done with you yet. 2. Is that to say, are we doing another squash here? Also, oh hey! Ref, count it! Anoki, you're supposed to be on my side, man. I only brought healthcare to your fucking company. I only sued you in one. I don't want to do it again. I do not want to have to do it again, man. So maybe we just make this easy for the both of us. Alright, come on. Hold on. We need music. Hold on. Give me just a sec. Mario. Whoa, double down. Okay. Kira's winning streak will continue on this night. Especially when he makes Suzuki tap out here in the chin lock. Chin lock into the camel clutch. Yeah! For those that like to keep count, this was my 8th victory in a row. Nobody else has what it takes either. He also doesn't have the title that Gira has, where is it? There it is. Who can stop Gira's winning streak? Dude, ever since we started trading in skill and submissions, we have been absolutely killing it. Goodbye, my friend. Your status has not been affected by that match. Are we, like, injured his back in that match? Will be out of action for the next 2 weeks. Terry Funk is happy that his client won the match. Alright, so what's our match for next? Jeez, dude, so much money. It may have been an accident, but Kensuke Suzuki got hurt because of you. Before the situation caused any more pain, you better pay him $2,240 in compensation. No. You know what? It's not my fault that Gira is an unsafe worker. No. That's not my problem. Go to hell. Well, if I can't trust you in the ring, then I'll just have to keep you out of it. Huh? Wait, what? What do you mean keep me out of the... He was celebrating that. What do you mean keep me out of the ring? Oh no. Oh, we're losing our title next week, aren't we, chat? We're losing our title at the pay-per-view, aren't we? I don't think we're getting re-signed.
Hello, Mario.
I saw that. Oh no, I missed this was starting. Oh, it's fine, Soul. Don't worry. You're just in time for us being sabotaged to lose our title. Especial has been released by Wrestling Revolution and must now make ends meet on the independent circuit. Iron Sheik was defeated by has defeated Mr. Perfect to become the new Intercontinental Champion of World Wrestling Federation. And not that son of a bitch, Hulk Hogan! Mitsuhara Misawa did something. Toshiaki Kiwa's association with Nobuhiko Takada has established him as a face. King Kong Bundy has defeated Damien Demento. Indie Wrestling Union has crowned Rey Mysterio and Payne Royce as their new group project champion. Ow! Woodrow has left Indie Wrestling Union. I heard you've been starting fights, Gira. You need to save that energy for the ring. If you make this an unsafe work environment, they'll just have to keep you out of it. What do you mean? We've taken each other to hell and back, Gira, and I've had enough of it. Why don't we bury the hatchet so we can both get back to concentrating on our careers? I really think that you're making mountains out of molehills, dude. I don't have an issue with you, but sure, if it makes you happy, yes, let's make peace. I can't see us ever being friends, but we can at least move on with our lives. Sure, why not? What? Dude, not even the pay-per-view? Dude, Fine, you know what? In that case, we may as well just train. We may as well train. Terry Funk coaching him. We may as well train then. Proceed. Dude, we're losing money. We're not booked for 3 whole weeks. Red Shoe's profile has dropped considerably after being criticized by the press. What did he do? UFC has become significantly more popular in recent weeks. Dan Severn has left Indie Wrestling Union to pursue a career at New Japan. It actually seems pretty good. National Wrestling Alliance has suffered from lack of exposure. UFC has overtaken National Wrestling Alliance to become the most popular brand of wrestling. I'm scarred for life because of you. Now I won't rest until you share my pain. Bro, what do you mean? Chat, again, I'm pretty sure that we're about to, lose our spot. What do you mean, no show today? There's supposed to be a pay-per-view. There's supposed to be a pay-per-view. What do you mean? What do you mean, no show? Oh, no. What do you mean there's no show today? There's a show, I'm just not on it. Gira's just not on it because Inoki hates buy rates. You know what? Fuck this. I'm sick of New Japan. I'm gonna go... Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna wash my hands this time. There. Now we're not filthy. Now we're not filthy. You know what? That's fine, Inoki. I'm gonna go. And I'm going to go to WCW. How about that? Win Gira's 4th US title so that he could become Mr. America. I can't believe that I'm not being booked. I'm his champion, chat. I'm the champion. I'm not getting booked. I'm the champion and I'm not getting booked. What even is the point of this title then at that rate? Hello, Goldberg. Can you help me get a job somewhere else? Hey, can you help me get a job somewhere else, Goldberg? Ow! Goldberg, help me. Help me, please. Is there something you want to say to me, Gira? Yeah, I joined you at All Elite Wrestling. Ow! Well, you're in AEW. We've already been there. Sure, we should hang out more often. Yeah, Goldberg is Gira's best friend now. Fellow shooter. Ooh. Yeah, Gira's slowly becoming a submission specialist here. Aw. Aw, Shank. I appreciate you too, bud. How about you, Mosh? How are you doing? Goldberg, what happens if I go up to you, dude? Oh, nothing, because you're carrying a soccer ball. Wait, can I go do a podcast? Can I go and do a podcast? What? Wait, what's the map? Like, TV studio. How about TV studio? Is the podcast studio next to... What? Why are we all falling asleep here? Why is RoboCop here? What happens, like, if I sit down here? Can I fall asleep here? I can fall asleep on the couch. That's probably going to be uncomfortable sleep. Yap Massacre, which happens whenever I talk about Sonic, has left Wrestling Revolution to go to WWF. These armies saw his presence on the New Japan roster has elevated their ratings. Recovered from his injury. You can fall asleep in chairs too. Wait, Tiger Mask's been released by New Japan after 7 hours of uncomfortable sleep. This left World Wrestling Entertainment to go to USC. The Wrestling Revolution, indie wrestling units crowned Boomtown. Has sunk below Wrestling Revolution to become the least popular brand of wrestling with ratings of 80%. Now what if they had Gira? Maybe then they'd be selling out those arenas. Big joke. Oh, I thought that was Orange Cassidy for a second. So what happens if I sit here? What if I sit like here on the thing? I can't interview everyone who sits there. Go and do something worth talking about. Bro, you're not even at the interview desk. What do you mean? Ow! Keiichi Muto, stop stealing my US title, you bitch! No, it's mine now. I'll take your fucking grave, you piece of shit. Fine, take it. I didn't even want— what the— ah! Yeah, exactly. Stop taking my US title. If you want it so bad, you can fight me for it. In fact, here. No, look at me when I'm talking to you. You no! I don't want to fall asleep in front of you. Look at me when I'm fucking talking to you. Yeah, exactly. Look at me when I'm fucking talking to you. Oh shit. Ah! He keeps trying to steal my title. What the— ow! Harley Race? No, Lena! No! Where's the phone? Where's the phone? Where's the phone? Phone. I'll take care of Nanabi Toyota. Fine, you know what? I can teach her a lesson. Ow! Fuck you. I'll fucking kill you. Aye! Ow! 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 My spleen! I'm teaching her a lesson. Where is she? Get back here, you— no, get back here. Get back here. I'm not finished with you. I'm gonna put you through a piano. Wait, where's the phone? Ow! Where's the phone? 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 Hello? You don't know who I am, but I know who you are. What, I'm coming to get you, Gira. Huh? Wait, I'm pretty sure I know who you are. I'm pretty sure I know who you are. What, huh? Hello, Minoru Suzuki. Great apps. I need to go over there and see if Stan Hansen is— let's see if Stan Hansen was trying to be cute. Alright, dude, was that you who called me? I'm right here, bro. I'm right here. Ow, my hand! Ow! I need to get back. No. 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 I need to find somewhere to sleep, dude. Alright, what happens if I sleep in the chair? No, I need to get to the hotel. I need to find a bed. I need to find something to sleep in. I genuinely do not know who that was. That makes me scared. I'm scared now. That could literally be anybody, chat. I was like, for certain that was gonna be, like, Stan Hansen. But it wasn't. What happens if I, like, sit over here? Am I gonna be on Joe Rogan's show? That's right, it's me. All about me. Alright, it doesn't seem like I'm gonna get much from this. I need to get to the hotel. I need to get sleep in for my return match tomorrow. Is Terry Funk in here? No, it's Shank. It's Shank. Honk shoe. Dude, Terry Funk is just getting money and I can't make any. Sergeant Acer has left Wrestling Revolution. Big Bob Orson has been released by Wrestling Revolution. Baby Bull is glad that Bob Orson's no longer there. Huh? D'Lo Brown has defeated Kawhi to become the new IWGP World Heavyweight Champion of New Japan Pro Wrestling. Huh? Dude, when did he get signed? Lex Luger's profile has dropped considerably. After 7 hours of comfortable sleep, Gear is good to go. New World's Heavyweight Champion. Free agent Charlotte Flair has been released by National Wrestling Alliance. Has been booked to face Manami Toyota in an IWGP Championship match on the 4th week of... Alright, well, what if I don't want to do that? What if I want to drop it to Mitsuharu Misawa? I mean, I have a feeling we're not gonna last long enough, chat. I have a feeling we're not gonna last long enough to get to the pay-per-view, right? I mean, Manami Toyota is no sludge. So... this better be worth my time. I fucking hate you. You should be my manager. I challenge you to a match. We're already booked to face each other. Trust me, one beating will be enough for you. Really now. Dude, Gira's attitude is still one of the worst in the company. He has nothing to look forward to. Except beating up more guys. Now, Jumbo Sarutas is a little... No, Jumbo Sarutas is a little better than us. I mean, the Great Muda's gotta be absolutely distraught, considering. Let's proceed. Oh my god! It's loud. Right now, I'm just trying to find the right opponent to lose the belt to. Because Mitsuharu Misawa is a tag champ, I don't really think that he should be allowed to win it, chat. Unless he just is somehow that good. You know, throughout history, he is. We both know that I wouldn't normally have any problems kicking your ass. Unfortunately for you, I can't leave anything to chance and have to ensure things go my way. So he can challenge for a title while still being while being a tag champ, but they didn't let you challenge for the tag belts? Sure, I'll let you win. No, a win over me can't be bought. Fine, we'll just have to do this the hard way. I was only trying to help you, Gira. I'm not gonna let you... You know what? You still owe me a tag title match. You still owe me that tag title match, you piece of shit. So if I beat you here, that's gonna make it so that maybe you'll finally... Ow! So that maybe you'll finally give it to you, bitch.
Hello, Mario.
This game packs in more of the fun than a 2K game and more. It honestly does. I mean, for one thing, it is a lot more unpredictable than something like a 2K game. Ooh, neck breaker! Let's go! Come on, world's strongest slam. World's strongest slam! World's strongest slam! There you go. Record time. 1, 2... Wow! How long? Only a minute. Dude, Gira's busted. Dude, he's busted. I suffered considerably after being defeated so easy in that match. He is busted. Stole your clothes and ransomed them all for $1,000. We can tell this game is made by a real wrestling fan, and that helps. Oh yeah, absolutely. Or at least, like, you know, their idea of... Listen, Gear, a lot has changed since we first signed you to 69 nice per week. We all have to make sacrifices to stay afloat. So how would you feel about taking a pay cut? You know what? I'm making enough money as is. It's fine. I'll take it. Thanks for being a team player, Gira. I'll never forget what you did for this company. Now listen. Gira may be an asshole, but he knows where his bread is buttered. And he knows that in order to stay on top, he needs to make sure that he is a team player. So... putting Macho Man Randy Savage on the cover of the video game, that just seems like real life. Mickey James has left World Wrestling Federation to go to Wrestling Revolution. New Japan ratings have slumped to 82% since D'Lo Brown became their world champion. Has left New Japan Wrestling to pursue a career at WCW, real life. Gira's contract with New Japan expires next week. This could be the 41-year-old's opinions, rather the 41-year-old's last appearance for the company. Mickey and Kofi Kingston have defeated Sasha Banks and Paul Bearer to become the new tag team champions of World Wrestling Entertainment. Martin Jannetty has defeated Boomtown, new co-ed champion. Moving on, Driver 88 has left Indie Wrestling Union to go to All Elite Wrestling. Was he the guy that we just saw drinking backstage? I don't know about that one, Con. Wait, who are we facing? Dan Severn? I'm fine dropping the title to Dan Severn. Chat. I'm okay, drop the title though. A real fighter like Dan Severn. This young up-and-coming man who currently has a no-compete. Won't keep the title, making more likely to get re-signed. That's the thing. I have a couple different ideas, okay? Plus, I'm at a good enough popularity that I feel like that will get re-signed anyways. What's your problem, Gira? Don't touch me unless you want to fight. I do want to fight, though, because you keep trying to steal my fucking title. Get out of here. Ow. Ow. No. And Severn does rule, so that makes sense to me. It's only a matter of time before I claim my United States Championship. They're gonna have to fight Dan Severn for it because he... No, give me it back. Give me it back, bro. Hello, Ricky Steamboat. And it will make me more likely to get re-signed. But honestly, I have a couple different ideas, alright? I have a couple of different ideas. We can either re-sign. You're gonna have to fight that thief Keiji Muto for it. Exactly. And Dan Severn, I trust that you'll be able to do it, man. I trust that you'll be able to do it. He just keeps on trying to steal it. IWGP United States title time, baby. Right here in somewhere in the world, probably somewhere in Japan. Yura's coming in confident. Coming in on a 6-month strong reign. And on a 10-match winning streak. Here comes his challenger, Dan Severn. Graduate of the Mudfuck Dojo. It's Dan Severn. Allow me to introduce New Japan Pro Wrestling's IWGP United States Champion, Gira. Oh yeah. Weighing in 264 pounds, it's the challenger, Dan Severn. I'm the referee, Red Shoes. So let's ring the bell. Oh, hello. Come on. Gotta make him work for it, even if you're putting him over, brother. Goldberg? Could this be where Gira is looking to go? After he's done with New Japan? No. We're not going back to AEW. That place, it's not for us anymore.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
If we want to make an impact, we need to broaden our net. Yeah, we gotta make him work for it, even if he's even if we're putting him over. Goldberg, no! I've had enough of your interfering, Goldberg. Go backstage where you belong and stay there. Ow!
Right.
Clearly you injured Goldberg before going to AEW. Huh? Whose side is Goldberg on? Whose side is he on, chat? Ow! Whose side is he on? Uh-oh. That's about to say. I was gonna lose to that, which I'm not. We're about to learn how great Gira's ground game is. Because you're not gonna win a striking match with Dan Severn. What the hell? Dude, I just realized how buff Dan Severn is. That's crazy. No wonder he can lift the over 290-pound Gira. He's almost 300 pounds, chat. Gira's a big boy. He's a big boy now. Yeah, we need to make him work for it. No. He's 5'6". No, he's 5'9". 290 pounds. He's 5'9". You don't know that. Who's to say he is? We need to like take this down to the wire, chat, and have Gira lose it the same way he won it, by the skin of his teeth. What? For those that like to keep count, maybe we should call him the wide boy. Dan Severn couldn't end my streak. I wasn't expecting it to be like that. Dan still looks great at his age, which is shocking when it seems he did no PEDs. That's all natural athleticism, chat. How the hell? How in the hell? I literally thought you had to get it down to something first, but apparently Girish is out here breaking necks and legs and chins. Giant Gonzalez has defeated Taka Michinoku to become the new world champion of Wrestling Revolution. Ricochet has left AEW. Yoshihiro Takayama has renewed his contract with New Japan Pro Wrestling. Has expired. We'll meet with Antonio Inoki later to discuss his future. That's Solo Sikoa. What? Jake Hager has left USC to pursue a career in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Oh boy, we're gonna need to do something about that. Online poll has identified Bret Hart as the most reliable wrestler in the world. Nice to meet you, Gira. We invited you to discuss working for Wrestling Revolution. You're not exactly a priority for us right now, but we consider you bring you in with this deal. Title push. Ooh. Renegade signed on by MDickie? And man, we'd be pushed against a champion. Okay, but like he says we're not a priority, but like we would be. You might be more popular than them, though. That's true. I mean, I would be booked as or against a champion. So
it's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
We'll think on that during the Cheeto break.
It's break time.
You might be more
Where
popular
the
than them,
Cheetos,
though.
my dudes.
That's true. They may have no choice but to consider us a priority. They may be left without a choice.
It's no big surprise that IDOS is moving up the video game food chain, considering last year's mega hit Tomb Raider. The sequel uses the same formula to great success, with minor control changes for sidestepping, and of course, all new worlds and vehicles. The game starts off with a peek at ancient China. A dragon attacks the Great Wall, and a soldier notices a dagger embedded in his chest. Oddly, removing the dagger results in the dragon's death. Weird. You play Lara Croft, complete with front-loaded anvils, searching for the dagger centuries later. Your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks a major you-know-what. Tomb Raider has slightly more action than exploration this time around, but you may not notice the difference. This is good, because
also apparently Ricky Starks is on NXT now.
We're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review.
Cool.
We fully
I hope for the
to do
best
so.
for him.
We knew the game would be great, and it is, and we've only just scratched the surface. In answer to Lara's giant earrings, however, we have a challenge to IDOS. In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer. Imagine the drama of a vulnerable Lara Croft still persisting in her worldly adventures despite her illness. It needs fleshing out, no pun intended, but we guarantee the gaming world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort.
Why is Bailey on NXT?
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Why is Bailey on
No
NXT?
shock that Tomb Raider 2 is excellent. Everyone should buy it. Period. The end.
Why is Austin Theory and Grayson on NXT? Is that Randy Orton? That's not Randy Orton. That's someone different. Rich Holland, maybe? I don't know. That's Ethan Page. Also, Fandango's back, too? Sorry, welcome back to Raw. Ricky Stalks. Sorry, I'm looking at things right now. I'll be there in a second. Is Fandango still called Fandango? Or is he someone else? Doesn't look like it. Anyways, should we take this, chat? I'm kind of thinking that maybe we should. I'm thinking maybe we should. Because we're about to make a bunch of bank here. And we're probably going to be booked as the world champion, like, right away. So, I'm thinking maybe we should take it. How about... This, give me title push. You got it. Great, I'm glad you could agree to our terms. Welcome to Wrestling Revolution. What the? Congratulations on negotiating that title push clause, Gira. It sets a precedent for the rest of us. That is a lot of weeks, isn't it? Well, listen. I'll be like Ricky Starks tonight on NXT. It'll be the big major signing here at Wrestling Revolution's pay-per-view. Literally week 1 and we're not booked against a champion. We're booked against a former champion. Yeah, you're right. 46 is a lot of weeks. Maybe we can somehow shorten it a little bit? Also, oh my god! Wait, why is Jim Ross there? We're here to push the promotion to new heights. Alright? The big surprise debut. Welcome to this press conference as we look ahead to Gira versus Taka Michinoku. Gira, you have yet to win a match on the board. What makes you think that Taka will be the first? I have a lot of momentum right now, and Taka Michinoku will just be another win. Gira has yet to win at Wrestling Revolution. How will you keep it that way, Taka? It's plain to see that I'm bigger than Gira, and you're going to find out that size does matter. What do you mean? I'm bigger than you, bro. This has potential to be the best match on the card. So buy your ticket to see it live. But no, you say that Gira's like the wide boy, right? But he's not wide. He simply has Shining Wizard's magic in his corner. The same magic that led him to being as big as he is. Oh shit! The same magic that led to him being as big as he is. The very first match at Wrestling Revolution. Here for Gira. I've waited a long time for this moment, and I can't wait to get started. If Cass thinks he's the future, ow! Fine. Or maybe I'll form my own team and give Ackright and Wax something to worry about. In my quest to own all of the gold, I might even chase Samantha Panther for that lightweight title. But of course, my ultimate aim is to win the world title and replace Giant Gonzalez as the face of this company. I mean, that would be a great rematch. Sorry to wake you up from that sweet dream. There's nobody you should be focused on more than me right now. Fine. You know what? You're not on my level, Taka. That's why you didn't get... Oh, hey! 1, 2... Damn! Hey! Man, we're chain wrestling. That's crazy. Ironside! With the Long Boys, girls,
Hello, Mario.
NBs, and AGs. Hello there, everyone. My name is Giraffe. So thank you for bringing your lovely community on over here. For those of you who are unaware, my name is Giraffe. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my sticky cat. Tonight, we Of course, playing Wrestling Empire here. We are continuing the story of our good friend Gira, who recently got signed away from New Japan Pro Wrestling for a very lucrative deal at the Wrestling Revolution pay-per-view, which is basically this universe's GCW. And we've been promised a title push right off the bat. And funnily enough, we're not facing a champion right off the bat. But Gira has a bit of a goal, right? Even though he's not in WCW, he knows that him being the world champion will send Wrestling Revolution to new heights. They pulled the maneuver known as lying. I mean, we're on a pay-per-view and our first opponent isn't even a champion. It's against Taka Michinoku, who is not a champion in this promotion. But we gotta have a good match with him. We gotta have a good match with him. It's fucking Taka Michinoku. We gotta do it. Oh shit. I think Gira's gonna find out real quick just how hard it is on the indies. Hell yeah, dude! MDickie. Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with this game. Whoa, hello! Taka Michinoku! Alright, we gotta make him tap. But yeah, for those of you who are new, I mostly play wrestling games, as well as role-playing games and RPGs, and strategy games, really. I enjoy taking games in weird little directions. I enjoy creating my own characters and worlds, and laying them loose and just kind of seeing what happens with it, you know? If that sounds like your thing. I mean, like, right now we're kind of doing that. Because right now we're continuing the story of Gira, who we first introduced in WWE 2K22. This is his post-2K22 career here. And so far, it has been a hell of a ride. Because we've been signed by New Japan. We had a great US title run there. And, and we just got signed by Wrestling Revolution. And we were promised a championship run right off the bat. So, Gira's fortunes are turning around. Despite being sent back to wrestling school. Holy shit, Taka Michinoku is absolutely getting laid out here. Come on. Come on, you bastard. No. I'll fucking kill you. I'll kill you. Look at Taka's face. Bro, look at Taka's face. Man, he's looking like Gira did a little while back, isn't he? Dude, are you gonna fight? Fall down. Hell yeah. Kira's first match in Wrestling Revolution. It's a win. Taka Michinoku's profile has suffered considerably. He's being hindered by the limitations of Wrestling Revolution. That's an incredible signing. Wow. Everybody wants their first match, Gira. The competition will get stiffer at Wrestling Revolution. Will it now? Now here's what's going to happen, chat. If we are not booked as or against a champion within this month, we're going to find new employment. Test association with Albert has had a positive effect on his skill. Sid Just has been released by World Wrestling Federation. AEW has crowned Taz as their new world champ. It's Taz! By appearing on Wrestling Revolution with their IWGP United States title. The case will be heard in court next week. New Japan Pro Wrestling have crowned They crowned him that anyways. Well, you see, that just means that Gira went into business for himself at the end. He just kind of decided, you know what? I don't want to drop the title to you. We make a pretty good team, Gira. So how would you like to make it a regular thing? It's easy to get lost in the shuffle on your own, but we can make a much bigger impact together. You know what? Sure. That makes it... I don't even know who you are, bro. Who are you? They didn't specify which championship you're going for, lol. Time to tag team. Fuck. You're right, they did not specify which belt we'd be going for. I mean, I'm fine with the tag titles. But, like, we need to get, like, going on this, dude, because this is just ridiculous. You know? Dude, you gotta get that belt off of him. We gotta get that belt off of him. Like, Cass would be much better. Giant Gonzalez anyway. What do you want, Gira? This better be worth my time. I challenge you to a match. Everybody wants to shine my world title, so get to the back of the line. Fine. We will get to the back of the fucking line. Now here's the thing. When I who is Rex? When I think of like, oh, you're gonna be booked as or against a champion, I think that, oh my god, Inoki's taking us to court? When I think of Antonio Inoki, you know what? It's only apt that my time at New Japan wraps up like this. Jack Black? Time to injure the rest of the line. Exactly. You know what? We gotta do that. It's like, who even is our tag partner? Who's our tag partner? Jake Roberts? Wow. Looking nothing like Jake Roberts. Well, this will be easy then. Come on, bounce. Nothing like him, but we take that. It looks nothing like him, but we take that. At the very least, it's not some fucking J-Brone. I felt I might need someone special to help me get the job done tonight. So I hope you like the surprise I have in store. It's Jake the Snake Roberts! What the hell is this music? Honestly, I can fucks with this team. We'll call them the Wild Animals, chat. We'll call the two of them the Wild Animals. It's Jake Roberts. 60 years past his prime. Well, how old is he in the context of this game, right? Because he may be he may be like ancient in real life, but how old is he in this game? Because everyone is like portrayed as in their prime here, right? Wait, is that a bone? Oh my god! Oh my god! You can't be using the bone in that, son. You can't be using the bone in there, son. They got Jim Ross on ref duty? Dude, what the hell? Torture. Ah, Birdie Hammer? Man, Wrestling Revolution is rough. on the tag title. All right, dude, get in here. Jake Roberts, I need you to get in here, dude. We need to show tag synergy. Get in here. Get in here, dude. We need to show that tag fucking... He doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work, chat. Ow! Can you, like, get in here, dude? Oh, hey, okay, well, never mind. He's legal now.
Right.
We need to beat these guys and claim... Did you hear that? Oh! That was good. Get back in the ring, you piece of shit. Ah! I heard something quite different than break. I heard something quite different than break there. What'd you hear? Alright, come on. Break? Oh, no, 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 no. No, I know what you said, but that's not what he said. Come on, it's act right, you can get him. Hell yeah! Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, I'm keeping him out here. I'm gonna keep him out here. I never thought in my life I would see Jake Roberts participate in a Japanese-style whack the crap out of each other spot. I mean, listen, dude. Any good match needs the indie punches. All right. Whoa! Hello. Right, Jake Roberts. Man. Come on! Do the springboard! Fine, you know what? Now that's tag team wrestling. My dude, we're just like, I need... Ah, no! Fucking watch where you're going. I'm literally gonna make this as easy as possible for you. Come on! Hold on. Roberts, hold off on the blade for once. Roberts! Can you, like, do something, man? You've gone, like, no. You need to, like, do something, dude. I can't be out here the whole time. Come on. Tag me in. Jake, tag me. Tag me. I am. There you go. Tag me in. 1. What? Jim Ross! I fucking hate being a referee. I fucking hate this job. Come on. Tap. Tap. No! Ow! Whack ass. Fucking. Fine, you know what? Ooh, armbar. Armbar. Jake! Jake! Thank goodness. No! No one. No way. Tap! Tap, you sub. Ow. Tap, you son of a bitch. Headlock takeover. No. Ankle lock. Yeah! Wait. That was for the tag titles? New tag team champions. Oh my gosh. Huh? They have damaged their profiles by losing the tag team championships. I didn't even know that was for the tag titles. Profiles improved by being on the winning team of that match. Wow. Okay. Well, hey, he kept to his word. Dude, look at the revenue that Wrestling Revolution is making. It's really well last year, but nobody actually believes you're the tag team champions. Well, yeah, but that's because we kind of share the tag titles. That's kind of how it works. No, I knew. He told you would win a title, not the title. But listen. Significantly more popular in recent weeks, with ratings up 83%. I wonder who did that. Jake the Snake hopped on the train quick when he heard of that contract. Major Merc has been released by Wrestling Revolution. Tony Landis turned heel and will now portray the villain. Matt Dickie's profile has dropped considerably after being criticized by the press. What a carny. Darby Allin has left Wrestling Revolution to go to WWF. Chris Benoit has left World Wrestling Federation. It's sad that he left. National Wrestling Alliance's product has come under criticism. Crown Alberto El Patron and Solo Sikoa. That's horrible. Wow. He's a corny. Amanda Nunes has left UFC to pursue a career at World Championship Wrestling. Only pull as the highest paid wrestler in New Japan. You can thank me for the house gear. Our ratings are up since I became the champion. I don't think that's the case, bro. I'm gonna be honest, the very first chance that someone has at taking that title off of you, I'm gonna make sure they do it because you are sinking our ratings. Holy shit, that tag team. Which one? About this. This court is convened to hear the case against Gira. Antonio Inoki, you pressed charges, so could you explain why we're here? Gira made a mockery of New Japan Pro Wrestling's IWGP United States title by taking it to Wrestling Revolution. It's not my fault that nobody in New Japan Pro Wrestling could take the IWGP US title off of me. I mean, that's true. Dude, why is Arnold Schwarzenegger presiding? Antonio Inoki? Why is Rob the Del Rio and Sikoa one? Yeah, that's awful. Had plenty of opportunities to drop the title. You are ordered to pay $19,000 in damages and hope you're never trusted with a position of responsibility again. What do you mean? Dude. Dude, it's just a prop, right? And hope they are never trusted with a position of responsibility. Well, a little too late for that. Red Eye has been released by New Japan Pro Wrestling and must now make ends meet on the independent circuit. Nobuhiko Takada is sad that she left. UFC's crowned Holly Holm. Listen, Gira, I've been keeping an eye on your progress, and I think some changes need to be made. 12 matches without losing is quite a streak. You're making everybody else look bad. Put someone over by the 3rd week of June to prove that you care about this business. Dude, I tried! I don't usually fight for free, but my beef with you has gone beyond entertaining the fans. I just want to kick your ass right here regardless of how many people see it. Alright, I'll take you on right now. Alright, let's sell this once and for all. The being I'll give you is too extreme for TV. Why is this dude so aggro against you? Because, granted, I approached him first. Huh? Okay. Whoa! This'll be mine one day, Giant Gonzalez. Yeah! Woo! The tag titles? Who gives a fuck about them? I'm here for the world title. It may be his first bit of tag gold. But he's here for that world championship, baby. Urgh. Jake, help me. Jake, help me out here. You're supposed to be the partner, dude. Hiroshi Tanahashi? Oh man, you're here to help me, dude. You're here to help me. This is gonna be too extreme for TBT. This is gonna be too extreme for TV. Too hot for Twitch. Proceeds to lock up. Dude! Dude, he has a stranglehold on Gira's arm. What the hell? What the? No, 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 no! Hiroshi Tanahashi, why? Why? Get off of me, you freaking dingus! Yeah, Jake, make sure you're getting this shit. Awesome.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah, make sure you get that shit. Jake, we're out of here. Has been damaged after losing that altercation. His progress has been hindered. Non-title. Okay, non-title. It's versus the Undertaker's team. I didn't even know that that was for the tag titles. Hiroshi Tanahashi's team. So wait, is that going to be for the titles? Well, then I guess we're going to lose the titles at the pay-per-view. But first we gotta take a Cheetos break.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw will zone after this. I'm gonna go take a pee.
The Rugrats movie is a 2D side-scroller just like Mario. However, the challenge level is low, and the jumping control is awkward. When bouncing on balloons, you have to press the jump button long before you land on the balloon. Plus, the items have no tangible effect on gameplay, and the strong character development of the PlayStation title is sadly missing. If you want a great Rugrats game, try Rugrats Search for Reptar. In fact, we've been meaning to show you just how great the game is. To give you an idea of the outstanding level setups and strong characterization, sit back for a few minutes and enjoy some hilarious clips from the Rugrats PlayStation game. We'll be back with Gex.
Oh, that's better.
You look a little sick, Angelica. Ah! Ew. Let's go clean you up. I haven't golfed in ages. I'm taking the kids for ice cream, Deed. This is gonna be great.
Uncle Stu! Where's the ice cream?
At the end of this majestic golf course stands Ice Cream Mountain. That's where I'm gonna get a hole-in-one and win you kids so much ice cream, you'll be eating until you're grown-ups. So what if it's never been done before?
We just gotta get the balls in the holes, and we'll get a whole mountain of ice cream. If we all do
nom
some,
nom.
we'll be
Oh,
done
excuse
in
me,
no
we're
time.
back, my dudes.
Hiya, Sprouts. It's almost time for my potato salad.
Pop, don't!
Pop, you're scaring the children.
Potato salad sticks to my teeth, so I'm taking them out.
If you do, nobody else will be able to eat. Please, Pop, just stick to Jell-O molds.
This'll be our little secret, eh, Sprouts? I can't wait to sink my gums into that potato salad. What the? Ah! My teeth! That confounded dog stole my teeth! I can't play my trumpet without my teeth!
Okay, welcome back to Raw, chat. I think that we're about done for the night. I did say in my Discord server that we're only going to be doing the stream until I believe until like 3 hours in, 4 at most. So we're gonna go ahead. We're going to finish things up here. In terms of, like, we're going to drop the titles to Hiroshi Tanahashi, I believe is what's going to happen. We'll see what happens from there, and if the next thing is wait, hold on. False count anywhere. False count anywhere, and there are no disqualifications. The Undertaker looking crazy as hell. He's looking like Mean Mark Callis. He's looking like Mean Mark Callis. War? I mean, this is a hardcore promotion, I believe. So. Lots of gimmick matches here. If anything, this will show that Gira can hang with... He can hang with just about anything. The Undertaker and Rick Martel is insane. What? Last week, Jake the Snake Roberts and I became the new tag team champions of Wrestling Revolution. We told everybody we were the best when we first got together, and now it's official. Tag wrestling has been neglected for a long time, but we're going to bring legitimacy back to it. It's always about bringing legitimacy back to it. Why is it never just not legitimate? We got to the top by sticking together, and that chemistry will keep us at the top. What the... Man, the lights. Oh, shit! Ah! Fuck you, Undertaker. I'm really hoping that Jake doesn't lose this match for us, because if he does, that's going to be it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad for everybody. I was about to say, are we actually gonna, like, have it... We're actually gonna have him lose here? Why the hell does Undertaker look like that, chat? Why does he look like Mean Mark Callis? Rubber chicken, yes! Wow. No one else could bring The Undertaker to his knees besides Gira. Ow! Fuck you. I'm trying to... I literally cannot see who I'm pinning, if anyone. Whoa, hello. Oh my god! Undertaker! I honestly did not think I would ever get to face you, if I'm being perfectly honest. But now we're just like doing like mat work on the outside. Ah! But now we're just doing like mat work on the outside. He's actually taking it to Gira. Oh, nice. Fantastic work, Jake. I got it from here. Ow. Dang it. Hold on. Oh, shit. Wait, whoa. Wait, what's he holding on to? Like, how is he maintaining grip? Wait, what the f— Pretty sure I just saw, like, a white— Pretty sure I just saw a soy jack face there. Am I tripping? Is there something wrong with me? Whoa! Holy shit, Rick Martel! Holy crap! Jake! There's definitely a soy jack sign. Okay. Dude, dude, even the referee's getting bodied. Ow! Alright, we gotta go out into the crowd. Come on, Mark. No! Oh, shit. I love how he bounces. Dude, what's the ref doing? He's taking the long way. No! You're gonna get up and you're gonna take— ow! You're gonna get up and you're gonna take this fucking fall. It's so gruesome, dude. Come on! Tap, you son of a bitch. They're fighting in the crowd. No! Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it's elimination style? Well, then I need to make sure that— no! I need to make sure that Rick Martel stays down. But Jack won't leave. He won't. He keeps beating the shit out of Rick Martel. I cannot let this be a handicap match, dude. I need to beat The Undertaker right here and make it one-on-one. Ooh, nice. A snapmare? Yeah! Oh! Alright, Rick Martel. Nice. Come on. No. Get back in here and face me in the ring. Hana. It's time to injure the entire front of the line. What the? I just whacked him. I just fucking whacked Jake Roberts. Come on! Come on, Rick Martel. Don't be no bitch. Don't be no bitch. With the ladder. Oh, shit. I'm gonna make you tap with the fucking ladder. Oh no. Wait. Ref. Give me that shit. How exactly does this give me leverage? Holy shit. I'll fucking suffocate you with the belt. Oh! Look like a free time. Look like a fun time. This is my 13th victory in a row. Rick Martel couldn't end my streak. Has suffered considerably for being the losing participant. Yours progress is being hindered by the limitations. Jake Roberts' status has not been affected. Hey, we're going up! We're going up! Big money Gira. One victory over Rick Martel doesn't mean anything. I like to see you do it again, Gira. Well, he can step up to the plate and he can challenge. Well, at least your attitude is going up for one. Exactly. We're constantly in the doldrums. We're not grateful for our position. A heated rivalry with AJ Styles of WWE. Wade Barrett's stamina has improved considerably in recent weeks. All Elite Wrestling has become significantly more popular in recent weeks. USC's product has come under criticism in recent weeks. Sid Just Tyler has been criticized for making a mockery of Indie Wrestling Union's co-ed division. Indie Wrestling Union has crowned Red Eye as their new co-ed champion. Peyton Royce has left Indie Wrestling Union to pursue a career at World Wrestling Federation. Billy Kay is pleased that Peyton Royce has joined World Wrestling Federation. Gira has been challenged to put someone over by the 3rd week of June. He is booked to face Matt Riddle in a tag team championship war on the 2nd week of June. For the least popular brand of wrestling. Man, National Wrestling Alliance was like on the up. What happened? So this right here is just a standard tag match, right? Like, can't put someone over while doing title matches. Exactly. So fuck it. Tanahashi's going over here. He was one of my first friends in New Japan, so I'm gonna pay him a solid. I'm gonna do him a solid. Who is he teaming with, though? I'm gonna train a little bit first. Come on, Jake. You gotta train for the match. Need more stamina. We're going down in weight, too. We're going down in weight. Because we need... Listen. We're losing the tag titles in an effort to... Ah, hey! Who the hell? Who are you? Oh, you're Austin Aries? Okay, I don't mind beating the shit out of you. I don't mind beating the shit out of you, dude. Dude, you think you're on my level? I've been in this industry longer than you've been alive, pal. Longer than you've been alive. Oh, shit. Roberts, help me. What? Hey! Ah, yeah. Jake with the run-in. That's incredible. Alright, we're primed and... You can hear him fighting over there. Not my fight. Not my battle. I mean, he watermelon. Not my battle to fight. Alright, here we go. Going up against Horseshoe Tanahashi now. Let's do it. Who is his team member? Between Hiroshi Tanahashi and Gira. What makes you think you can end it, Hiroshi? Gira may be undefeated Wrestling Revolution, but that just makes me want to win this one even more. Gira, you heard what Hiroshi Tanahashi just said. How do you respond to that? I'm more committed than Hiroshi Tanahashi, so I'll be here long after his contract expires. Fans all over the world have been waiting for this moment, and it's finally happening? Well, again, listen. We're here to put Tanahashi over. We're here to put Tanahashi over just like he intended to put us over back at New Japan. But who's his tag partner going to be, is the question. I'm actually curious to see who his tag partner is going to be. What? Giant Dude, he already has a championship. What, you're trusting him with another one? Dude can't draw a dime on his own. Hiroshi Tanahashi, you can do better than this. Haha, it was a setup all along. I think I deserve a reward for what? Huh? I'm sorry you didn't get a copy of the script, Gira, but you're just a puppet. You should have seen your face when you found out. It was as gormless as all of these morons watching. What? I'm glad you enjoy toying with everybody, Hiroshi Tanahashi, because it'll be your final act. What are you talking about? I knew this was gonna be... Dude, what are you talking about? Do not put them over. I have to, dude. I gotta put them over. I don't want to put... I don't want to put Matt Riddle over. Damn it. 13 matches without losing was a nice run, Gira, but it ends with me. Now it's time for my streak to begin. The difference is mine will never end. Well, listen, at the very least, I didn't get pinned by, by the Giant Gonzalez. They're losing the tag team championships. And Giant Gonzalez for being the new tag champs. Giant Gonzalez's profile has improved after being on the winning team. There, Matt, I put someone over. Now then. I'm glad you're not the tag team champions anymore, Gira. You're holding back the division. Bro, I was holding no one... Okay, you know what? Ow! Damn it. What, you think just because you team with one of the greats you can all of a sudden... Fine, you know what? No! What? Ow! 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 Everyone, you got to get the titles off of Gonzalez. Ow! It's a fight for another day, dude. Ow! Ow! I gotta get at least one of the titles off of Giant Gonzalez. Milk. All right. Hey, you're tougher than me, Gira. I don't want any more trouble with you. Well, you're gonna get fucking trouble, dude. I need the world championship. And I'm gonna get it one way or another. Remember, you're on a mission to put someone over. I just did. What? No! I'm stealing the world title. You know what? I had the US title stolen from me so many times back in New Japan. I'm only paying it forward. I'm learning from one of my... No! Get up! You gotta shit, dude! You gotta poo! You gotta poop! I'm the world champion. And no one can have it except for Gira. He'll sleep with the world title. I gotta get titles off of Giant Gonzalez. Again, at the very least, I didn't put him over specifically. I put Hiroshi Tanahashi over. If he wants to be tag partners with Giant Gonzalez, he is more than fine too. What do you want, Vince? Don't watch me sleep, Vince. Get out of here. Tommy Hawk and Sheamus had to... Really now? 1 week reign? 1 week reign? After 9 hours of comfortable sleep, I'm ready to take the world title off of him. Indie Wrestling Union have crowned them. Pursue a career at Wrestling Revolution. Yura's been challenged to put someone over as the highest paid wrestler in the world. That, you know, that doesn't surprise me. We could just win them back? You know what? Do we want to play hot potato with the titles? Get them back? We're playing hot potato with the titles. We need like a world champion that's like actually good though. We need a world champion that's like actually good. Challenge him? Let's see. Is there something you want, Gira? I challenge you to a match. You have a reputation for being difficult to work with. You probably wouldn't even show up. Are you kidding me? Dude. Fine, I guess we're doing that then. You know what? Maybe I'll just go work somewhere else. In fact, you know what? I'll go work somewhere else. It's Tommy Hawk's last week, apparently. Well, you know what? That sounds like a him problem. That sounds like a him problem, honestly. What if I want to go back to New Japan? Chat, what if I want to go back to New Japan? Can I do that? What do you want, Gira? This better be worth my time. Can I join you at New Japan Pro Wrestling? You don't have what it takes to survive a New Japan Pro Wrestling. Dude, I did it for a whole year! Fine, I guess Jim Cornette. Can I work for the National Wrestling Alliance? Sure, we can find a spot for you. We just need to discuss the terms. Enhancement talent? No! No! Wait, did Jake Roberts just join me over here? Enhancement talent. No. No, I do not want to be enhancement talent. How much do we get paid? Not even that much. Discuss terms? Where was the discussion? Where was the discussion? We weren't discussing anything. What happens if I try to go to WCW? What if I try to go to WCW then? What do you want, Garrett? This better be worth my time. Can I join you in World Championship Wrestling? You think you better honor your existing contract? You had 22. No! Dude. Fine, you know what? We're gonna do my original idea then. Oh, Paulie, like you actually would care. Yeah, exactly. I challenge you to a match, Dusty Rhodes. Everybody wants a shot at my national title, so get to the back of the line. Are you kidding me? Dude, how hard is it to get a match here? How hard is it to get a match here? I still left with this title. You followed my advice and made your prospects better than ever. There's some $1,000 well, thank you, MDickie. I don't work for you anymore, but thanks. I'm now at National Wrestling Alliance, I suppose. You never should have come to National Wrestling Alliance, Gira. You don't have what it takes. Is that you talking to me right now, Simon? I was signed as enhancement talent. To hell and back, Gira. I've had enough of it. Wait, why does he have a gun?
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Concentrating on our careers. Sure, let's make peace. Why not? I mean, you know. You know what? No, I don't really know. You could be champion for a whole gosh darn year. And yet they're just like, nope. You should beat me in the ring for it. But we both know that wouldn't happen, Gary. You don't have what it takes. Do I now? Don't I now, Dusty Rhodes? Jim Neidhart versus Bruno Sammartino. I'll just beat him up backstage. Fuck you. I can beat you on your best day, Dusty Rhodes. No way. No way. Is Ackright still doing this? But I'll never give you that satisfaction. Fine then. Take your stupid fucking belt. Taking it with me out here. How would anyone think you're hard to work with, SMH? Wait, I didn't bring this idol out here? Okay. I'm on commentary now. Gira's on commentary now. It's me. Alright, we're on commentary for this matchup here. I don't even I don't even know what's happening. Gorilla Monsoon. No, it's Bruno Sammartino and Jim Neidhart in red for some reason. Quit. There was no wait, was there no like results? Oh, pinned him at 10 minutes. Suffered after losing that match. Owen Hart pictured is disappointed that his client lost that match. So wait, like, hold on. I'm gonna try again. My attitude's gonna plummet, but I feel like... Here, Terry Funk. Can you help me, man? Would you like to join Wrestling Alliance? I'm tied down on a 22-week contract. Okay, but like, can I... Hold on. Hold on, I do not want to work this tag match. Can I please? Terry Funk, please. Please give me a job. Please. I'm joining the World Championship Wrestling. You're talking to the wrong person. You need to convince Paul Heyman. Dude, our attitude is in the toilet. Shit. Who are we teaming with? Wait, Bruno Sammartino already wrestled tonight. Gira's team. Oh no! No! Come on, dude! Come on, man. No! No! No, get me out of this! No, come on, dude. I can't team with him. Now, what if I just try to, like, go to the back? Can I do that? National Wrestling Alliance will never be the same now that Gira is here. This company has been crying out for someone like me to save it. So it's time for a revolution. The only thing you change in this is this crowd from being an exciting one to a bored one. They like things just the way they are. Alright then. I'm done. I'm not wrestling this match then. Goodbye. See ya. I didn't know you could do that. You can just walk out with them.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
By bailing from the match before it finished? Kira's not beating those hard to work with allegations. You're in that match. Why do you have to make everything about you? Never beating the hard to work with allegations. We're gonna take one more break.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
Based on the classic multi-million selling Super NES game Super Mario Kart, the first Nintendo 64 game released by Nintendo in 1997 is Mario Kart 64. It combines the thrill of a racing game with signature Miyamoto gameplay. In this case, mystery items scattered in various parts of the track, which either help or hinder each racer. The game gives players a true feeling of racing a go-kart, as the kart skids sideways into turns and maneuvers quickly around obstacles. Mario Kart 64 features a depth in graphics only available with Nintendo 64. Since racing games by their very nature move at blistering speeds, the other video game systems can't produce the graphics fast enough, causing environments to literally pop onto the screen in a most unrealistic fashion. The speed at which Nintendo 64 produces the graphics is an unbelievable 93.75 megahertz, compared to that of 33.9 megahertz for its closest competitor. This is a game the whole family can play, since Mario Kart 64 uses the 4 controller ports on the front of the system. It features split-screen play for up to 4 players. The game also features more than 16 courses, a battle arena mode, and includes 8 characters from the world of Mario. Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi, Donkey Kong, Wario, Bowser, battling each other in the wackiest racing game ever made.
Nom nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hi, chat. Welcome back to Raw.
Only racing fanatics.
You know, we never knew what we had until we lost it. Can I talk to Cornette? So, chat, I just did something that might be able to help us. I can't guarantee anything. I'm gonna try going for WCW one more time. And if I can't do it, I love how long some of the Gitsy uninterrupted cutscenes can be. I do too. I'm gonna try it one more time, chat. What do you want, Kira? This better be worth my time. Can I come to work for World Championship Wrestling? Sure, we can. Yeah, dude! Let's go! Okay, fine, we can do that. Yeah, we made it to WCW, brother. Fuck the NWA. We take those. Hell yeah. We fucking take those. Hell yeah. 284 pounds. 5'9". And 41. Wait, is that Conrad? Yeah, that's Conrad Thompson. I don't think he's following me to WCW though. We have no clauses in our contract, so we're starting from the bottom here. Erwin R. Scheister's been released by WWF. Ted DiBiase's pleased that IWF, rather, IRS has joined. Elite Wrestling product has come under criticism in recent weeks. Kenny Omega's been released by AEW. Uh-oh. As the contract stipulates, Kevin Nash's salary has risen to $9,200 to match that of RVD. Oh boy. Politics, brother. Sin Cara has developed a friendship with Paul Heyman. Mr. Fuji has left UFC to pursue a career at Wrestling Revolution. Great Khali has said that Mr. Fuji has left UFC. Hey, Gira, don't you ever wish there was someone in your corner to guide you to victory? As long as you give me my cut, I'll make sure you never lose a match. You know what, sure, be my manager, Kerry Von Erich. Good, I'm glad we could make an arrangement. Man. What a week. Alright. Newest episode of Nitro, I think. At least I'm pretty sure that we're going to be on Nitro. We'll do this and then the next pay-per-view. And then we'll be done. Wait. 3 companies in 3 weeks? Hell yeah. What the hell is this music? And they say he's difficult to work with. That is some music of all time. A legend accompanying a legend to the ring. Honestly, this is pretty based. This is honestly pretty based, not gonna lie. We don't even... There's like not even a promo. It's like, yeah, Gira's been in and out. Wow, hello. Man, Rico and Gira are taking it to each other. I'll get this flippy dippy guy in the stretcher. Like, there's no beginning match preamble either. It's like, yeah, we know that Gira's been all over the map. Hey, listen, if no one is gonna come for him, Gira's gonna come for himself. Gira's gonna come for himself. Damn, ow. This ain't Japan anymore, it's WCW. Is that a Cena Jack? Probably. I haven't really been paying much attention to the signs outside. All right, neck breaker. Hell yeah. Pin him. Breath. Psychosis, please. Oh, hey, okay. Well, never mind. Ow, damn. Hey, you. No. Fall back. In the chokehold. Transition to the belly. Oh, damn. What the? Dude, what are you doing? Wait, I was about to say, like, who's applying a hold to who? The technical beast. Hell yeah. Thank you for your help, Carrie Von Erich. I'm not sure I could have done that without you. Comes in. Do you have Joe Henry in your game yet? I do not. To sustain an extremely serious injury. Huh? Ricochet sustained an extremely serious injury in that match. Despite their best efforts, medics were not able to resuscitate the 26-year-old who has died as a result of his injuries. You killed someone in the ring! No way. No way! Holy fucking shit! Alexa Bliss left Wrestling Revolution to pursue a career. I don't even care at this point. At the age of 45, Rod Simmons is retiring from the professional wrestling to pursue other ambitions. He saw how Ricochet died, and he's like, you know what? I've had enough of this shit. Moving on. D'Lo Brown has left New Japan to pursue a career at WWE. X-Pac is disappointed that D'Lo Brown has joined. Paige injured her shin in an accident. Amanda something. Jimmy Uso has left WWE to go to NW. Dude, I don't even care. UFC ratings have slumped since Scott Hall became their champ. This year will come together this week to stage a special tribute in memory of Ricochet. Prior to the public show, a private funeral will take place at the cemetery. Lightpool has identified Rey Mysterio has overtaken to become the most popular brand of wrestling. Everybody knows what you did to Ricochet. I'll make sure you suffer the same fate. You're gonna kill me? Where the hell is Bruce or Brody? Maybe Kira is hard to work with. Now, what the hell did you just say? Wow. No way. I saw him. No, you saw nothing. My God. My God. You clicked past him, but I saw him in a company. Where is he? Oh, Oh, he's back. He's able to wrestle again, I guess. What the hell? Let's see if USC's hiring. Is there something you want to say to me, Gira? Can I join you at USC? I think you better honor your existing contract. No, I can't stay here, dude. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. I can't stay here. Invite Bruiser Brody to WCW. Okay. Okay. What do you want, Kira? This better be worth my time. Would you like to join World Championship Wrestling? Stop making promises you can't keep. You don't have enough power to make those calls. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe Kira is hard to work with. We fucking gave it at Ricochet? No way. And people thought that he was gonna get himself killed with all the flipping. It wasn't even a flip, it was a fucking submission hold. Ow! Don't worry, Kira, I'll take care of Kevin Nash for you. You're injured! You can't do shit. So is anyone gonna like eulogize Ricochet? What are you doing up there, Kira? Get down before someone gets hurt. Bro. Are we gonna have the funeral or what are we doing here? Is that not what we're doing today? Or are we all just kind of like, just standing around here? I don't think we're having a funeral, chat. Ricochet's name is in vain. Funeral starting. At the cemetery, right? Thanks for attending the funeral, Gira. Ricochet would be happy to see this turnout. He's fucking digging Rico's grave. For anybody who says anything in public at tonight's show, we thought it might be appropriate to gather here. Ricochet would have wanted the show to go on, and he would have also wanted your lives to go on. Wow. Ricochet can never take another step in this world, so we must appreciate the time we have. Dude, Chaos being so disrespectful. Just for one day, let's put aside the fighting and respect each other as fellow warriors. Amen. Hallelujah. Finn was over there digging Rico's grave. He's still digging Rico's grave. Wow. We killed Rico. Oh no. What? What? Oops. Oops is right. I think we're gonna lose our match tonight, chat. I don't think we're winning this. What is this? Wait, is that the women's title? Is that how it's colored outside? Yeah, that's how it's colored outside. It's like fluorescent pink. Just a little whoopsie poopsie. Would you like this dumbbell, Gira? It seems like you need it more than I do. Thanks, I'll take it. Why not? That's what friends are for. Well, at least you have my back, Sting. Ah! The world is out to get Gira now. Now that's Rico's wrath. That's Rico's wrath, dude. Dude, I can't even buy a vending machine burger now without Rico's specter threatening to like take Gira out. Ow. Ow! I can't honor Ricochet tonight. You can still buy shit from it. That's awesome. You can still buy shit. No! What do you want? Oh. Oh no, Bobby Roo's after me? Oh shit. Maybe Kira is hard to work with, yeah. Wait, what? Huh? Oh. Oh, right. This is like an interpromotional thing. New Japan Pro Wrestling with Antonio Inoki. Antonio's staring daggers at Gira now. He's like, I'm happy I didn't sign that fucking man. Again, this show is dedicated to the memory of Ricochet, who recently passed away. Ricochet's work in this ring meant a lot to the fans. The person he was backstage meant even more to us. He lived for his family, and through them he lives on. We hope the donations from this show bring them comfort. That's enough talking. Ricochet's sitting up there waiting for a show, so let's give him one. Wait, double mics? Alright. Yeah. German. Can't do it. I can't do it, chat. Can't do it. Ankle lock. Into a knee bar. Tap. 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 Come on, you bitch. Tap. This I can't. Can't chat. Fine. Just elbow drop. Takedown. Oh no, the triangle hold. Oh no. Into the rear naked choke onto the ground. Clothesline, Rainmaker, ow, Uranagi. Inoki, where are you going? Man. This is now part of Gira's lore, chat. Just having this match in silence this time.
Right.
Because how do you make something like this feel not disgusting, right? Can't. Ow! Just kick his ass, he'll survive, prop. The referee. Wait. Who the heck is reffing this match? Oh, Big Boss Man. Okay. Scoop slam. Chin lock. Bibble man. Big ball man. Man. Gira having done manslaughter is now part of his lore. That's now part of his lore, chat. He's a man that committed manslaughter. And look, now he's killing Tetsuya Naito. Now he's killing Tetsuya Naito. So, I hope we're happy. Chinlock. Into arm drag takedown. At Rico at his peak too. I know. 26-year-old Ricochet, and we just snuffed it out. Him killing Ricochet is now part of the lore. I mean, you know, it all seems trivial now, doesn't it? It all seems a little trivial. But I guess we're gonna make Tetsuya Naito tap out, or Tetsuya Naito's gonna get the pin. I feel like Ricochet would have wanted mat wrestling, right?
Spare serotonin, please.
Thank you. Ricochet would have wanted this, right? He would have wanted ground wrestling and limb work. In a match dedicated to him. This is exactly what he wanted. This is exactly what he would have wanted. Dude, this is excessive. This is fucking excessive. Ow. Man. I feel like after that, we don't even want to raid out to someone, do we? I mean, like, look, we're gonna kill someone. Again, we're gonna kill him again. We're gonna kill another man. Another man. Another body will be on Gira's hands. Another body's gonna be on Gira's hands. He almost killed Ricochet.
Father, I crave blood.
You know what? Just thinking about it, Homunculus. Is all the bloodshed really worth everything that we go through on the day-to-day? I don't know if it is. I honestly can't say if it was. Man, okay. Well, and all of this just because Gira couldn't be happy where he was. I think Gira has to be a heel now, chat. Like, I mean, this is like peak heel stuff. Honestly, hilarious. He didn't even ping at Ginger and just fucking died. He did! He did! He just fucking died! He died. He fucking died of Ligma. He fucking died of Ligma, chat. We gotta do more limb work.
Ligma Cheetos.
You got him. What the f- Jeez! Deadeye! No. Okay, okay, good. 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 Oh my gosh. Taking part in such a compelling match. Hey! We're on top of the world! Donated our earnings. But yeah, I had to give more money to
Hello,
management.
Mario.
Where's that referee? He was trying to fuck on me and resuscitate Ricochet. Oh well, you're in the best company, so... What do you want, Bobby? You don't think I... Oh, or Tetsu United doesn't mean anything. I like to see you do it again, Yura. Dude, I don't even know what your problem is. Kind of worth it. Honestly, yeah, it kind of is worth it. We are now where the big boys play. As they say. Okay, that banana's been there for like over a year in-game. Wait, Randy, why do you... sacrificed Ricochet for a better career. That guy wasn't gonna go places anyways. He can't even cut a promo! Wink. Man, okay. I crowned Jeff Hardy as their new IWGP World Heavyweight Champ. That should have been for me. Cathedral has left National Wrestling Alliance. La Parka has developed the friendship with Test. Vampiro's agility has deteriorated. Booker T appears to have lost weight. The fans insists on treating William Regal as a face, despite his attempts to play heel. Summer has left indie wrestling. You need to pursue a career at World Wrestling
It's almost
Federation.
time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Bald Jeff, Bald Jeff. I mean, sure. Cheetos break time, chat. Oh, hey, are we going to be on this show? Are we going to be on the big cross-promotional show? Wow. Going up against my old stomping grounds. So after winning that match, surely I'm owed a world title shot, right? How about Lashley? I'm gonna see if Lashley wants to face. Real quick. Oh, shh. I'm gonna see if Bobby Lashley would like to face Gira in the U.S. title match. I challenge you to a match. Everybody wants a shot at my United States heavyweight title, so get to the back of the line. So I want to know, who exactly is Gira's enemy? Bobby Roode?
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
I salute my fallen enemy.
Ow. You gotta rub salt into the wound, huh? Can take
Now we're
on
going to power
Kevin,
up the Virtual
Big
Boy.
Kev
Virtual Boy
Nash.
has three major components: the stand, the head unit, and the controller. The stand is packed.
I'm
flat.
actually, like,
So you wanna take
upset,
the stand,
chat.
Spread it open, and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing forward for support. The head unit has got to be connected with the controller. So insert the controller into the
I'm
spot
actually
on the head
upset
unit,
now.
and you're ready to go. Now, take your head unit, place it into the support bracket. You want to be very careful and do it gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring, and then gently tighten it up with a tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller, the front panel.
I mean,
press the panel down.
Chad, I feel like that we
gently
can't really
push
go
it up,
further than...
and your batteries will load
Hold on,
into
I'm
the
gonna-
slot here.
I'm gonna
3
wait
up and
here.
3 down. Push it down, click it in place, and then you're ready to go. The final thing is to put your
I don't
game
think we can
cartridge
get
into place.
much...
The game cartridge goes
I
into
don't think
the
we can go
slot
much further
underneath
than literally
the
taking a
Virtual
man's
Boy.
life in the
Om
ring.
nom
You have to
nom.
be careful
Oh,
when you
excuse
push
me,
the
we're
game
back, my
cartridge in.
dudes.
You want to make sure that it
Alright, chat,
connects
welcome back to
firmly
Raw.
all the way
I
in the
don't
back,
think that we
because
can
if it
go
doesn't
any
connect
further
properly when you turn it
than
on,
taking a
you
man's
won't
life
get
in the
anything.
ring for tonight. So
you
why
wanna
don't
make sure
we
that the game
find
cartridge
someone to
is
raid out
in
to?
place
Ah!
properly So when you
Oh,
turn it
Mr.
on,
Cool is playing The Sims
you
too.
hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video output port because it would only send out
That's
the
so
signal
sick.
of one of the layers of the 3D graphics. Remember,
you.
the images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes, which combine two separately projected LED images from both sides. What we're showing you here is some exclusive
Well, you haven't
footage
been
of some
world
of the
champ
upcoming
yet. I
Virtual
mean,
Boy
that's
games.
true.
We obtained
I
this
feel like
footage
for
with our
tonight,
cameras at E3. So
totally,
please be
I think
aware
we
that the
peaked,
images captured
right?
here do not in any way recreate the actual
I think
three-dimensional elements of the
tonally,
game's graphics and gameplay.
there's only
So far,
we can
we've played
only go
Mario's
down.
Tennis, Galactic Pinball, Red Alarm, and Tolero Boxer. So stick around and see our ratings on all these games and more.
I feel like at this point we can only like go down tonight. So why don't we raid out to someone? Let's raid out to Mr. Cool. He's playing that there Sims 2. How about we go and say hello to him? Thank you all so much. I really don't have much preamble. I really don't have like much to say at this point. I really don't have much to say at this point. Besides, you know, Longboy Club love, as always. I'm gonna start the raid. Join the Discord server. We're doing fun things over there, including something with 2K24, where you can submit custom characters, and I'll put them in GM mode. And also we have watch-alongs over there. We'll be doing Sonic 3 on Sunday, and we'll be back on Thursday with more of this shit. I'll see you later, guys. Bye. Not even the long one. Just bye.